As you go in, you would see a room dark with heavy sort of crimson rugs covering the floor. This particular room as you enter is choked with furniture. There's chairs and tables, plush benches sort of piled here and there, books and parchments strewn about. You would notice that there's some sort of like a dustbin in the corner, and there is a circular, sort of like a spiral staircase in the center that appears to go up.
About how tall is the tower?
It's about 60 feet or so. 50 or 60 feet.
I mean, just turn to the flair. Do you want to take a quick look up at the top?
I would love to.
So just kind of like go up like floor by floor, making note of what's there, and get to the top.
Sure. So as you... I'm trying to fix something. There we go. As you look up the spiral staircase, can I get a... well, you have that huge passive perception. Ren, you would get the impression that it's about 4 levels. Looking up from the ground floor.
Alright, I'm going to say... I mean, yeah, at least make our way up to the top, see if there's anything...
Sure. So as you get up to the 2nd floor, you would notice what looks like some sort of a laboratory. There's like different equipments. You would see several cages. There's actually a creature in one of them appears to be breathing softly.
Kind of creature.
Yeah, I want to approach the like cage.
Sure. Roll investigation.
Hey Ellis, can you close the turn order thing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I always forget to.
No, that's fine. It's just.
Yep, totally. Looking at it, it appears to be some type of a dog. It reminds you vaguely of the hound that you faced several days ago, but severely altered. Something very different about it. Judging by with your experience, especially Deflator, looking around the room, you see definitely some experimental equipment. Maybe there was like different experiments done here.
What hound did we kill the other day?
It was a hellhound.
Shadow, the hellhound, hound of ill omen.
Yeah, one of those.
Oh.
I mean, does it look like hellhoundish, or is it like smaller, thinner?
Hold on.
I was wondering if we should be letting it out or not. Last thing we need is to open the gate, and then just every now and then I just hear screams from the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this dog is different, whereas the previous one you
I mean,
saw...
at least the dog would have a good chicken dinner.
The last one you saw was definitely black, and this one has sort of like yellow-brown fur and kind of long, pointed ears.
Oh my god, I know what it is.
Oh, yeah, I do too.
Is it a blank dog?
Do you want to roll intelligence?
Maybe Arcana, because it is kind of a magical
Arcana,
creature.
sure, yeah, whatever you're higher at.
Honestly, I was asking that meta, but I'll roll that.
This would appear to you, Deflator, your long years of studying the arcane. Your best guess is that this is a hellhound blink dog hybrid.
Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Some sort of an experiment. It's just kind of laying there, breathing very softly.
Oh, poor baby.
I'm gonna look to the rest of the Renaults and just say, take a breather. I'm gonna make sure they don't get into anything stupid up there. Barn,
Don't do anything stupid. Mind your business.
Yeah, well, whatever.
No, I'm not fucking around.
I do kind of want to go to the top though.
We're gonna see.
Maybe we
Perhaps-
can let that out when we're done.
That's
Calm
what I'm
down.
I'll leave one of my rations here, and we'll kind of like unlock the gate quietly, and then fuck off. So we'll probably get that back on the way down.
Sure.
And go to the next floor.
And I guess while you guys are heading up to the 3rd floor, Octavian will go up in here.
Mm-hmm.
Find anything interesting? They're getting the boat ready.
No, just found an interesting dog on the 2nd floor.
Oh, I'm sorry to cut in. Who's getting what boat ready?
I mean, I figured like they would be like making sure that this is still okay.
Sure. Before you leave, Octavian, would you have looked out to try to see if the Mythalka was there?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Sure.
See if the Mafak was still there.
Roll perception.
Cool.
It's gone.
Disadvantage because I'm tired. 9.
It is not there.
Shit.
The sky is quite clear, and the storm appears to have ended. Looking as far as you can, you don't see any ships.
Shit. Well, Ren has the spyglass, so if it's just something that's out of my visual, then yeah, I'm definitely gonna go find him now.
Gerard would see you sort of looking a little bit nervous and say, is there a problem, son?
Our ship's not there. They were anchored just off the coast, away from the rocks.
Oh, I forgot to I'm so sorry. With the excitement, I forgot to tell you. They had signaled they were heading east to find a safer harbor. They were about to get smashed against the rocks, so they had to pull anchor.
East, towards Aaronsport?
He kind of looks over, and realization kind of crosses his face, and he says, "Oh, I believe so."
Shit. All right. Well, yeah. No, I'm definitely going to get them.
He appears kind of nervous. He's kind of looking around, and Elise is just kind of looking at him.
Well, make sure Varn doesn't run off. This just got more complicated.
As you enter the tower, you would see what your friend saw, and you would climb up. Ren, I think you would just catch Ren and Deflator reaching the 3rd floor.
Yeah, we kind of like clink, 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 clink up the thing. Be like, all right, problem. The boat is gone.
I'm pretty sure that's probably just your old eyes not being able to see it, Octavian.
Well, probably, but once we're done here, Ren, I was hoping maybe from the top we could use your spyglass and take a look and see if maybe we see it. Gerard says that they went east to make port, which leads me to believe that they might be in Aaronsport by now.
Looking for things is my job, so I'll take a look when we can get up there.
Let's just see what else is around here first.
Ren and well, actually, all 3 of you, as you climb the stair, you notice that
Laptops, they've got really weird like mic settings for it.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as I've tried to go and fucking alter it and get it so that it's functional, it just really honestly does not want to go and function. So I did what I could, but it wasn't enough.
Up Ellis.
Oh, wow, I actually have the correct amount of roads on this map that lead out of the city. Good job, me.
Oh, he lives.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where's Leg?
Don't know. Says he's playing ESO.
Alice, I'm finally getting around to writing up Ren's replacement if something happens to him, the backstory for him.
Not really laggy for anybody else.
The music is, but nobody else is.
Yeah.
My music's so low, I don't know. How's your week?
Oh boy, I don't know if I don't know what kind of excitement there is in store for.
A little bit interesting.
Here, I'm gonna try clearing the
Well,
bot.
Run's got some info, but what to say?
Yeah. Let's try again. Hmm.
Well, it's better. It's still kind of weird, but
I'm gonna see if it does the same on one of my Spotify playlists. Give me a sec.
pretty music. Where's this from?
I might say in the description. Oh, that's probably from the most recent God of War game. Did you? Okay. Fine.
And why they're reaching out? Why would they bother going and reaching out? You know, oh, we detected a copyright claim, but don't worry about it. You're fine. Then, okay, whatever. Shut up. Leave me alone.
Huh. I think
Just for that, I'm gonna go watch it.
What region server are we on? Because I remember having this problem with the bot on one of mine before, and when we changed over to a different server, it fixed itself.
For the Discord?
Yeah,
I believe we're on Eastern, but give me half a second. I'll take a look.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah. See, I think.
I give it half a second. Switching to Central.
Yeah, it's perfect now. Seems like. Yeah. Perfect.
Up, I recognize this.
Yeah, yeah, you should. It's
I know it. Divinity 2?
nope. It's actually from something that you were playing very recently.
Really?
Yeah. This is Azura's Coast. It's from
Shit.
it's from the Morrowind expansion for ESO.
Well, that explains, because I just went and transitioned over into trying to complete the Vardenfell zone clear.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
It's a remaster from something from Oblivion. It's the ESO version. Yeah, there's like a very common like set of melodies and tunes that are in every single Elder Scrolls game that they just kind of remake for the setting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they take the same.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, they take the same thing, but they redo it in the style of
where it's supposed
that
to where it's
nation.
setting. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like Vardenfell, Morrowind at large is very like tribal high fantasy, so they kind of do a mix of like elven style kind of high fantasy sounds and weird
was a
like
little
tribal
more-
stuff.
It was a little more Asian, I think.
Yeah. a little.
In tone, whereas Oblivion is very much like Roman
Mm-hmm.
style, and Skyrim is very Nordic
Yeah.
in style. So yeah, they alter it based on the region that you're coming from,
That's
or you're playing in.
That's partly why I want the next Elder Scrolls game to be in Hammerfell, because a sort of Arabic
very-
Indian,
Yeah.
Arabic Indian style music would sound really good with a lot of the, established Elder Scrolls tunes.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of want to go and play in Black Marsh.
Black Marsh, I feel like would just like it would be even more alien than Vardenfell, because it's just
I'd
like,
be okay with that.
but it's also like,
I want it
I mean,
to sound very
obviously-
Creole.
obviously, yeah. I mean, that would be interesting. Very swampy,
Yeah.
Go to Lizard Bourbon Street.
Hell yes.
Like the lore of Black Marsh, that only Argonians can live there because like it's
Yeah.
so toxic.
Yeah.
So,
I mean-
for the most part, yes, but it's like you can only spend so much time in a certain area, like towards the center of Black Marsh,
Mhm.
before you really start contracting diseases and start running into issues.
Yeah,
But-
I'm far from, and I mean I like the game, so I'm far from a lore hound.
Yeah.
We're talking to the right people. I'm a lore hound for a lot of things, so, but like, I would want to go to Black Marsh just so I could get high on his sap.
Well, there's that. Plus, there's actually a new race that used to live there that I would find kind of interesting to check out. It's
Yeah.
the Fennec Foxes or whatever sort of style.
Yeah, they're kind of like fox people.
Yeah. I would love to go, even if it's just like you see with the dwarven culture.
Yeah.
Something where it's like ruins and shit like that. That would be kind of cool to check out.
Yeah. The I know they'll never do it, but a game set either in Akavir or during a time when Akavir is invading again. That would be really interesting. Yeah.
That would be kind of
Well,
cool.
Not even like they got full on like katanas and shit, but like the stories about Akavir in the lore are just crazy. They
Yeah.
have like some dude that's like part tiger, part dragon, and is like
Mhm.
immortal or something. It's crazy.
Yeah, I can see that going and causing problems with like game design and layout and whatnot, but
Yeah.
if it's an invasion or something like that, that would be something I could see happening in like an Elder Scrolls Online sort of thing, despite it not going and having like a time frame that's appropriate.
Yeah.
But in the latest expansion, I guess they were going and saying how they're warping through time and shit like that. So you've gotta like there's things that are popping up in Blackreach that are not supposed to be there, or haven't come about yet. Shit like that. So it honestly wouldn't surprise me where they go and have you like walk through a fucking portal and boom, now you're in the Nakaviri invasion. Have
Yeah.
fun.
You're in the second era.
Well, this is the second era in Elder Scrolls
Is it?
Online. Yep.
I thought it was late first.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, because
Nope.
there was during the second era, it might be either after or before when
It's right-
ESO is
It's after ESO, because so from, if I'm remembering right, I believe that the lore is that they're having this three-way battle, to figure out the control of
Tamriel.
of Tamriel, and then the Akaviri invasion went and happened, and they went and said, "Oh shit! All right, guys, common enemy, kill it."
I
And
think
they
that's,
all
I
turned
think that's
around and
right.
went and started killing killing the Akaviris to protect
But the
Tamriel.
Akaviri did take over, and they
Oh
established.
yeah,
They established the empire. So, or at least they established the Second Empire. And from that,
something like that. Yeah.
and then there was like some revolutions that happened, and then they kind of like used the established system, but it was
Mhm.
like human controlled, and then and then it fell apart, and then Tiber Septim happened.
I would love to go and see the left-handed elves come about,
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
but yeah, because it was, I want to say it was like 50 years or something like that, or
For the Akaviri,
after maybe it was only 5 years after Tamri or after ESO that Tiber Septim started rising to power.
I don't think so, because I think ESO is set like kind of smack dab in the middle of the Second Era.
It might be. Let's see. ESO time frame or timeline even. There we go.
Let's see.
Okay, so Second Era 583 is when the
Yeah.
is when ESO is taking place. All right, so it's actually Second Era 830 that Tiber Septim is born.
Yeah, we got a good few centuries.
Yeah.
When is, when is it
Morrowind?
still- No, I know Morrowind is in the Third Era.
The start of the Third Era, I believe.
No, it's like towards the end. It's
Is it?
yeah, because so you have Arena is 399, Daggerfall is 405, Morrowind is 423, and then Oblivion is
I'm thinking
433.
Redguard.
Yeah.
Redguard takes place Second Era 864.
Yeah,
Yeah, so also
that'd be
That would be kind of cool. But yeah, then it goes Battlespire is Third Era 172. Arena is Third Era 399. Daggerfall is Third 405. Morrowind is Third 427. Tribunal Third 428. Blood Moon is 429. Oblivion is 433. And then Skyrim is Fourth Era 201.
Yeah, you know what my what era my VMAL group is in? The dog
that?
shit era. Imagine
One
not
of
being
that
able
exactly.
to clear. Imagine not being able to clear fucking twins, dude. Easy. That's like the easiest DLC trial in the fucking game. Sorry,
Ow.
I'm upset.
Raging a little bit.
Yeah,
Just
I,
has
just- I don't. I don't understand how a healer can not manage to understand rotate clockwise. So mad I'm stumbling over my words. They kept going counterclockwise and wiping the entire group.
Well, that's because they are used to digital clocks. They don't understand, what a old school clock is.
This healer is like 50 years old. I think they know what an analog fucking clock is.
I tried. Right? Oh my god.
okay.
Show them one of those old rotary phones. Fuck, watch their minds get exploded.
So Vorm, the ESO actually takes place after the Akaviri invasions.
Does it?
That
It
yeah,
does.
with their
They're
temporary
mentioned.
occupation.
They're mentioned in the main story.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
because
Okay.
the Riemann dynasty has fallen, I believe.
That's right.
By this point.
Yeah, alright, my bad.
Yeah, that's why the war in Cyrodiil is happening.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then eventually something is like resolved, and that like Cyrodiil just kind of becomes an independent state for a while, and then Tiber Septim unites everything again.
Yeah. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, no. Let's see. I was looking at the same IGN article. I'm like, all right, well, where's all this? And it's like, oh, the Riemann Dynasty, and it has like one sentence. I'm like, fuck you, IGN.
Right?
So I had to go to the wiki.
Oh God, yeah.
Hey, they have an article for the timeline, and it's very well organized.
Well,
As
that's good.
organized as Elder Scrolls timelines can be.
I usually go to the Library of Tamriel or whatever, Tamrielic Library,
Ah,
or whatever it's called. But yeah, that's usually where I end up going if I've ever got questions or whatnot.
yeah. Oof.
So it's now almost 20 after. Should we get going?
Yeah, I think so.
That would be, yeah. Let's.
Well, we were waiting for Jake, so we had some time. Yes.
Can you, before the recap starts, can you rewrite a sentence in there, include Legs raid group is dog shit? Thanks. Thank you.
We did pretty well in that fight.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ellis.
that was beautiful. Dun dun dun.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Yes, not Varn is considerably more terrifying than he was before, actually. So it'll be interesting.
What did you get at level 7?
I now have the ability to go and take a minute to basically analyze the enemy, and I can go and determine certain aspects of them.
Oh, right. It's that combat analysis thing.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see, where is it? I can tell you exactly what it is. Oh, not that.
Well, I
I'm
can
looking at the right sheet.
2 times per long rest. I can sense if there's nasty things about, and I have even more healing that also costs an action. It doesn't heal a whole lot.
So I ended up going and picking up a number of new little combat feats or whatever. Not feats, but
The maneuvers.
maneuvers. Yeah. I now have precision attack, which basically goes and negates the issue that I have with sharpshooter going and dropping my shooting to hit score.
Potentially, but on average, it'll even out.
Pretty much. And then there's know your enemy. Spend a minute and observing or interacting with another creature outside of combat to learn information about the capabilities compared to your own strength score, dexterity score, constitution score, armor class, or current HP. Total class levels, if any, and total fighter levels, if any. So, and I talked to Ellis about it, and chances are, Varn would actually, knowing your armor type, Varn would actually go and utilize you as the armor choice. So basically, he's comparing their armor class against what you've got to go and determine like their strength and whatnot.
Okay.
Or complexity. So, cause yeah, I mean, Varn's got 14 armor. He's literally got the lowest amount of armor in the class or in the party here. So there's no point in him going and trying to figure it out. Oh yeah.
What's his armor class?
14.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I am a.
I
guess I am a melee warlock.
Yeah.
You hit hard enough to where it doesn't really matter. I'm definitely the tank here.
You're right.
It's like it's hard to hit me,
Actually,
and I have
I
a shitload of hit points.
I think I have more hit points than you if I cast Armor of Agathis.
Maybe?
Yeah, because you casted it what?
Fourth
Fourth?
now. So,
Yeah, so that gives
20,
you...
72.
Yeah.
Varn's
Only by a little
actually
think
sitting at
that's still-
74.
Yeah, I was gonna say I still
So-
think that's less than Varn.
Yeah.
Varn is a goofy boy.
Yeah. But
he is a big goblin.
yeah, just as a point of like flavor, Octavian's still really groggy. He did not sleep very well last night.
Vorm, I want you to know that I think of Varn as a green beach ball with legs.
So Mike Wazowski?
Yes. But specifically the meme version where he has Sully's face instead.
Oh my god, with the 2 eyes?
Yeah.
Oh god. Oh. That. Oh, fuck
boy.
you. Now I can't not see that.
But yeah, so
This is Varn.
yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Octavian did not sleep very well, and it's very obvious.
While Ellis is going and assaulting his keyboard with vigor. You're all good. It's like he's going and taking notes on everything that we're going and saying.
Yeah.
Fun. Oh, yeah, that's fine. So yeah, as you guys are waking, Varn is still nowhere to be found.
We'll come downstairs. I think he's the only one that bothered to take the actual bed.
Yeah, well, it's not like Octavian's gonna share a bed.
Why not, bro?
I don't know, couch would be
I
just
would
fine.
only if Ren offered, though. I would rather
Kinky?
sleep on the floor, though.
Well, Mr. Varo, How was your bed?
Quite comfortable. Needed the rest after yesterday, that's for sure.
Yes, definitely. Ugh. Yeah, like his hair's all a whole mess and everything like that. It's just yeah, he looks very groggy.
Octavian, did you drink without me?
No, I didn't. Just didn't sleep very
Good, don't
well.
ingest that fucking poison.
Honestly, though, right now I feel I could use a very, very strong drink.
After we're done. Maybe.
We're going to Aaron's Port. Port towns are always a good place to get a strong drink with not a lot of flavor.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust a drink from Aaron's Port. I mean, the way Ren talks about that fucking place.
It's fucking creepy.
Yet another problem we need to solve.
Yeah, we'll have a conversation about that on the way.
Any info from your pen pal?
From what I gather, we might be meeting someone shortly.
As in, like, outside or in the town we're going to?
Right, I mean, like, pretty much right now is what it sounded like in our message.
Well, then I better look presentable. He gets up and kind of starts tying up his hair again and putting his armor on.
Sheer curiosity, where did you guys actually end up going and sleeping? In the tower?
In the tower.
Okay, all right, just double checking.
Yeah. Everybody was on the ground floor except for Ren. He went upstairs and took the bed.
Gotcha. All right. Wait, what did you guys do about the dog?
Oh, we fucking killed it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it was waiting for us on the other side of the portal, and they beat it up pretty bad, and then it came to Octavian's turn. He's like, I don't have time for you, and we killed it.
Oh, okay. All right. Shit, did I miss that? Did I fucking fall asleep?
That
I think you
yeah,
did.
you fell asleep in chat last time.
Yeah, and Octavian went out into the woods to try and find Varn, and I guess you weren't responding because you were asleep. And
Yeah.
so he was like, all right, fine, be that way, and huffed back to the tower. He's very mad.
All right, that's fair.
Not necessarily mad at Varn. He's just there's a lot of things that have happened.
Right. No, and that actually goes and ties into part of what will likely happen here tonight. So
yeah.
So yeah, fun. All right, following.
Well, where's Elise and Gerard? Are they still down here? Ellis? Yeah. Yeah, I imagine I'd probably go out and kind of survey what's around us, see if anything's changed.
Like Ren is gonna go outside, and just mostly scan, seeing for signs of another person.
Yeah. He's not the only one, but we have a job to do.
Yeah.
I did, but it was not pleasant. Well, I'll just kind of lean in a little bit closer and just say, I have suspicions about people in that town. She will have a house guest, and if anything bad has happened, they should be in Soldier's Rest with Felix.
Yeah, she was there when we talked to him.
She what? Oh yeah, she was. That's right. He is no soldier, from my experience. He is a politician, but a good one at that.
No such thing.
Bullshit. Sorry, what?
Yeah, stop metagaming, gaming Varn. I'm sorry.
Well, excuse me. You know, I mean, I look at the political situation here today, and never mind.
also, Vorm.
What?
Your microphone doesn't sound like shit today.
That's because I'm on my desktop. I'm at home this week, so we can get into the rest of that reason as to why later on. But it's not necessarily a bad issue. It's just an inconvenience, we'll say. There you go. There you go. Shit. All right, we don't even have to do that. If we can go and get to what did you need, 75 for your next? Shit, I'll do it. That's fine. But either way, yeah. Continue.
Friendly
Who is he?
company or Children of Ix? They certainly get around, that's for sure.
I were taking.
Yeah, they said they're getting the shit out of Dodge. I don't feel like people knowing about this tower.
Belate said clear the sky, long before we had ever come here.
Silicon said that when I told her we were coming
Oh,
here.
Silicon did.
But if Silicon had a way to message Belate, why did she have me go and do it?
It's possible the Children of Ix have their own agenda, and this was not something of their concern, but now that the problem has been solved, they will conveniently show up. Well, they were at least cordial to us. We can consider them allies, so we might as well treat that in kind, but the nature of this tower, perhaps they might know a bit more. I would feel better with it in their hands than anybody else on this island, honestly. At least they can read the instructions.
Well, Silicon mentioned that we would be getting an explanation from the envoy.
Well, I think it's time then. We'll head outside. It was not without challenge, that's for sure.
You're welcome, sons of bitches.
That I agree on.
Don't take this the wrong way, Belate, but we've had quite the day in restoring this. It's been stressful for all of us. What makes you think that you are the right hands? Purely curious. I understand that, but I do you know what this place does? I have experienced some of its capabilities, but I'm a soldier. I do not know this magic stuff very well. How far north? What region of the mainland? High Bridge. Hold on, I'm looking at the overworld map. I'm trying to find where that is. Northeast.
Forgotten Wood.
Oh, I see. Okay, up there. Up by Old Zanari. Got it. Oh. Hmm.
Alice, you're muted on stream. Go again.
Settings.
No.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Well, we ventured below, found the shaman, the lizardman shaman that was using whatever power lied at the base of this place for whatever purpose. And once he was dealt with, a chamber opened where a floating skull lie. After a bit of preparation, we did battle with it, and it nearly killed all of us. But we managed, well, Ren managed to break it apart.
Right, kind of like there's like a little like finger on.
Credit where credit is due.
Belate smiles at Ren and says, so it's been completely destroyed. That's good.
Yes, well, we had to ensure that it would remain destroyed. Deflator, our closest thing to an Arcanist that we have, was able to determine, well, altogether we were able to determine there was some power linked to an artifact that we feared would not, well, the floating skull would coalesce after a time were it not destroyed, which we did.
She sort of nods as if she's deep in thought, and she says, you know, the Eladrin had a habit of building these atop places of unusual natural power. The rumor being that Nire, as she walked, that these towers already existed elsewhere, and she merely called them forth to Toril, to Halcyon. We found that these wells of energy could be created and enchanted to focus or harness the innate power that Nire saw. This one here, and she kind of reaches out and she puts her gloved hand on the stone base. She says, it appears to have been changed to pull life force away from those who came against the shaman. How he was able to corrupt nature itself to do this, I'm not sure, but whatever it was that he served may have been involved. It seems to be working. It seems to still be working, though, even without the masters controlling it.
Ren kind of like leans towards Deflator and is like, "The fuck is near A?"
Yeah, what
Don't
is
fucking
is
know.
that? Is that something that I would have heard of being somebody who?
I think it's one of the three mystics.
Isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ren doesn't know that.
Okay.
Dang, that's one of the three mystics.
say she
I don't know.
pulled-
I don't
You
really
say-
fucking care. I don't listen.
You say she pulled them from somewhere. This mystic. What? Where could they have been pulled from?
That's the question, isn't it?
Hmm.
I don't put much stock into the stories of Nere. The true power was in Ix. I know this.
Well,
Sure.
a wise man once said that if you are to understand the greater mysteries of something, perhaps you must examine all of its aspects.
She would nod and say, I fear anyone who dwells here without the proper arcane fortitude of sorts would grow ill or worse. You must feel it. And you can do a constitution
Nah.
check if you like.
I just choose that I don't feel it.
Only one.
Wait, can you say it one more time?
Say what she said?
Yeah.
She said that she fears anyone who dwells in the tower without the proper arcane fortitude would grow ill or worse.
Constitution check.
Yeah, and she says you must feel it. So, as she says this, she kind of takes her hand off the tower, and you might feel that pull you felt from before, coming from deep underground. Octavian and Ren are able to shake it off, but Leg would take 2 necrotic damage.
Owie.
We spent the entire night here and did not feel anything until just now. I mean, down below where the well was, we felt this pull, but not so much above ground once that skull was destroyed.
She'd
I
say,
simply don't care the grasp that it has on me. I did the Raven Queen's will, dominated the undead, and now I'm done.
Verillion sort of flashes you a look and says, "The Raven Queen?"
Yes.
This is but a myth. You claim to serve her will?
I do. Is that a surprise to you?
Verillion would say, as much as in these lands our ways are strange to the people of Hannon, your ways are just strange to me. But if we each follow our own path, we may find what we're looking for.
That started out as an insult, but I'll take it as a compliment.
He gives you a bow and says, no disrespect intended, my lady.
I bow back.
She would say, I almost forgot to mention, my scouts noticed a goblin with a great badger somewhere to the south. He's with you, if I recall correctly.
Yes, or at least he was.
But it depends on the day, it seems.
Yes. I'm certain he is just frightened of magic, so...
She would say, we dare not disturb him, for we were not sure that he would look upon us as friendly, so we let him be.
Could you point me in the direction? We need to fetch him.
Sure, so she would indicate on the map that she's holding about where the scouts saw him.
Okay.
Which is a ways to the south.
Have you
Small
been
detour.
Have you been in contact with Siliquin?
She would lean in and say, of course, who do you think sent us?
Steven.
I'm just wondering why I need to just give you a message when you were able to contact her without me.
She would say, the ways of Ambassador Siliquin are at times difficult to parse. We don't always see eye to eye. I can tell you that she had to expend much energy to reach us and stop us before we sailed across the sea.
She also likes being vague.
She would chuckle and say, "Yes, it is her way. I have endured it for many years. I hope you find that I speak more plainly."
Appreciated.
Belite, something I've been pondering something. What do you know of this tower's twin, Magraste, over by the ruins of Vanador?
She would say, I have not spent much time there myself. I did pass by many years ago. It hadn't been used by my people for some time. I know years ago it was almost taken by orcs, I think it was.
Yes, I prevented that.
Oh, you were the praetor who saved Magraste. And she gives you a very low bow and says, you did well that day.
Because not only has he managed siege, he's fought them.
Belite would look around, gesturing with her hand, and say, well, thankfully there ain't no siege in here this day.
Anyways, when you say some years ago, do you mean some years as in human? Like relative to humans or relative to an elf?
She smiles and says, I believe I was last there probably about 80 years ago.
Right. Much longer than I have been around.
Well, you're not 80 years old.
No.
How
I'm
old
close.
are you?
Hold on. Can't remember if he was in his 70s or 60s.
I think he's like 60,
60s.
65. or
61, I think? Where is it?
I thought it was
Where?
64.
67.
No. Where the hell? Oh, there we go. Yeah, 61. Doesn't look a day
Don't-
over 30.
Don't Asimar double
I got-
the age of humans?
They've got half elf lifespan.
Yeah, they have half-elf lifespan.
I'm saying this in character.
Yeah.
Oh,
Roleplay with me here.
That's what we do.
No.
It's one of the...
Octavian, if
blessings
you're
of my
supposed to
blood.
be 30 years old, you're a pretty shitty 30-year-old. You can't have the body of a 40-year-old man.
I take offense to that.
It was
Some
meant to
of
be
them-
offensive.
Well, we'll see who lasts longer in a fight without that magic of yours.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least I'm not too scared of it.
Time and place,
Tell me-
Deflator. Time and place.
Tell me, Octavian, does a void stare back when you look at it?
I have not gazed into any such void.
Come back to me when you have.
Have you danced the devil on a pale blue moonlight?
Have you swung, or have you held the heathen hammer high?
With a battle cry?
I don't know what's happening.
By Grabthar's hammer,
You shall be avenged.
what a savings.
To topic. Did Siliquin give you anything else to tell us?
She would say no. She merely bid us come here and keep an eye on things until she could send a proper reconnaissance force. Although, with the current political situation overseas, I don't know how the abbot will take to a large collection of elves making a landing.
Then don't send a large collection.
Perhaps it should
Send
be.
it in parts.
Yes. You speak.
Small scout ships, ones that would be undetectable.
Yes, you speak with wisdom.
Or, I have some friends in Vardis that could maybe smuggle them in as weapons crates.
Mhm. She would
I'm
say.
assuming we were gonna go that route.
She would say, "You appear to be a good friend to have, Deflator."
I have the resources when I need them. Though, I might owe him a favor.
Speaking of the abbots, I think we must be getting going, and we have to regroup with our ship, and that should put us back on the path that will hopefully deliver some semblance of normalcy back to these lands.
We do. Ability. So Siliquin, she mentioned that we should seek aid in a wood, the oldest wood, and she seemed to assume I would know what that is, but I'm not from here.
She would say, "It's very much like Siliquin to make far too many assumptions. She must be referring to the Verawood. It is the oldest wood on Halcyon, full of many secrets."
And Ren will look at his map. Okay, well, that wood is almost as big as this entire island. Anything?
There's
more
Arendelle.
precise?
There's Arendelle. And to the north, at the tip of the wood, there is also this tree that was spoken about by I think it's called a Zekdiem.
Yes, we saw it in the painting.
Yes, place of power, supposedly.
She would say the remnants of the Zanari Empire are scattered. We don't have the power that we once did. Of course, there's a few towns on the southern tip of what is now Altair, below the Echo Mountains. But the further north you go, few go to the north. It's just a place of ice and rumor.
But the Verawood is a long way away from where, what's the name of the captain of the Mafakwa?
The Captain Brilwin.
Captain what?
Brilwin.
Brilwin. It's a long way from where Captain Brilwin wants us to go.
And I think the issues there are probably more pressing.
Yes, we do have a timetable on those, to an extent.
We really need to get to that ship.
Well, let's find our goblin and then head off after that.
I'll leave that to you.
I'll just kind of lean into Ren real quick and just say, you did bury those things at the top of the tower, yes?
Yes, and I have the book as well.
Do we want to give that to them?
I don't.
Alright.
I'd be willing to hide it here, but I don't know. I don't trust anyone with this tower.
Perhaps it is time to be building friendships with people rather than burning bridges.
Or burning houses like the last friend you tried to make.
That one will be addressed, I assure you. But
It was
Whatever
right
you
there.
I know. I can't fault you for taking an easy shot. Whatever.
Tell you what, I'll sneak away and I'll hide it. And if it comes to the point where they need to use it, I can contact Siliquin, who seems to be able to contact Belate, and we can tell them where it is.
Fine. Make sure everyone's ready to go. Especially our tag-alongs. I'm sure they'll be heading in the opposite direction, but just make sure they're good to go. And I'm going to find Varn.
At this, you would actually see Elise come out of the tower with Gerard kind of leaning on her, and she would say, she would kind of come down the steps, come out to meet you, and she would say, "You'll have to forgive me. Father is ill. I think it's this place." She'd say, "We best be off. I need to get him away from here."
So, were you coming with us to the boat, or Gerard? How did you get here? You beat my calculations by quite a number of hours.
He sort of coughs and he kind of looks a little pale and a little bit shaken, but he would say, "Well, I booked a carriage which took me from Provos to," and he kind of thinks for a minute. He says, "Just past Buck Pond Wharf, and then I made the rest of the way on foot."
And are you too good on your own to head back that way, or do you want to brave Aaron's Port?
Elise says, "No, I think we can make our way back. There's a small settlement, a fishing settlement not far from here. I'm sure I can either borrow a horse or we can rest there and make the rest of the way tomorrow."
Well, take care of yourselves then.
Best of luck, and I'm of no doubt we'll meet again.
She says, "Of that I have no doubt."
You might have a house guest for a little while still, but we'll be sure to come pick him up on our way back.
She laughs and says, "Any message for Mr. Candle?"
Just tell him we are on our way. We will be there shortly to pick him up and get on with the rest of it.
And she nods.
Alright, so I'm gonna go off and look for Varn, following their directions, and just kind of keep an eye out or shout for him when I feel like I'm lost.
Sure. So, as you begin to do this, Gerard actually stops as they're walking away, and he comes up close to Bailate, and he says, "Some dear friends of mine found rest beneath this place. I beg you not disturb them." And she gives a nod, and she says, "I assure you that we won't." And then he gives Deflator, Ren, and Varn a nod and says, "Thank you so much for what you've done for my family. You'll always have a friend in Provos."
Well, at least that's one we can count on.
And I'll just shake his hand and give him a nod.
Sure. And Elise would say, "If you find Varn, tell him we said goodbye."
I will. Now I'm marching into the woods.
Okay. So do you want to do maybe a survival check?
Sure. 20.
Right, so you are able to follow what appears to be some badger tracks into the woods. You would follow it in for a way. And you would appear to, after about 10 minutes or so, you would appear to lose the tracks. And may I get an investigation roll?
Sure, I'm less good at that. 8.
You're looking around trying to find the tracks, trying to find any sign of Varn, but he appears to have been lost in the woods.
Varn? Varn, it's Octavian. Come on, we're getting a move on. We're heading to Aaron's Port.
Vorm, it's up to you if you would roll perception to hear that, or if you are too far away or ignoring him or whatever.
I would say that he would need to go and roll persuasion.
Great. This is gonna be really bad, I can tell. 11.
All right.
Still groggy.
So Varn would hear a familiar voice calling out to him. It's a very friendly, non-magical voice.
Varn would not make his presence known, but would call out. He would simply reply with, "Go away!"
Come on, Varn, don't be like that. We took care of all of the magic stuff. We're going We're going away from all of that.
Or drag Varney into more magic shit. And more booyah. Sorry.
We'll try not to, but you have to understand, Varn, that things in this world are not always so easy to avoid.
Vaughn, don't you hold Booyog in your hand?
I don't wanna kick that hornet's nest. Say, look, I know that you don't like the things that we are getting involved with, but I happen to respect you a great deal, Varn. I can't imagine what's. I can't imagine we would fare very well in lots of situations without your crossbow at our side. Besides, don't you want to do Mr. Bafflestone proud by, well, saving his world?
Are not dumb, human.
I don't think you are.
Exactly. Varn know when not to go. Only one of Varn.
And
Varn
you're
no-
exceptional.
Varn no have clan. Not here.
What if we became your clan? What if you had solace and comfort with us at your side?
Yeah,
You
come
two
on,
Varns
we're worthy of
tall.
the name Hawk.
Hawk. Is Octavian actually, or is not Octavian? Is Deflator actually there?
I thought we were there as a group.
I mean, Ren
I don't
said he
know.
wasn't, so Octavian was just going into the woods to find Varn. That's what he said.
I guess I'm not with Octavian.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bailite is chit-chatting with Ren and Deflator, I'm sure.
Okay.
Ren's actually doing something
Oh.
that I was just going to get to after this.
Roll a persuasion.
Great. Getting worse. 7.
Roll a wisdom check, Varn.
All right. Do straight wisdom.
Yeah. So you are so wise that you see the wisdom in Octavian's words. No, I know I can't say that.
Trying to. You make a fairly decent persuasion, but
The numbers ain't adding up, I know. It's the
Yeah.
it's the problem with the social interaction part of things.
right. Well, so you're kind of batting at about -500 right now.
Yeah.
You're trying to convince.
But I've got great swagger in my step. I'm living it.
That's true. However, you're also 6 foot tall, twice the size of an average goblin, and obviously not green. And Varn is slightly racist when it comes to that.
That's fair.
But
Octavian kind of has some preconceived notions about greenskins. It's fine.
and that's quite fair.
Building bridges.
So I would say make a final argument with a persuasion. And
Hold on, I'm just trying to think. So
because
trying to think of what to say.
So to give you an idea, Varn, like all goblins who are not casters, is absolutely terrified of magic. Even goblins that are casters are still they're just fucking batshit insane.
Yeah, they're
so-
odd boys.
Right? They don't understand it. They just fucking do it basically.
Like I say these words and things explode. This is great.
Right, pretty much.
Isn't Bafflestone a wizard or something?
He is, but he is also a He's also he took the goblins clan in. That doesn't necessarily mean that they trust him in and all outright, but they've seen that he's got enough of control over his magic, and the magic that he uses isn't combat magics. So it's kind of more of a... They don't necessarily view most of what he's doing as actual magic. It's more of a, that was a great guess, what the fuck, sort of situation. But they, like, Varn is exceedingly terrified of what was in that dungeon.
Mhm.
I mean, the freaking creature that was down there, that's just the creature as far as he's aware of.
Yeah.
But the floating skull that's casting magic that hit you guys and knocked you down to what, like 1 hit point?
Yeah.
That is enough to go and pretty much terrify a goblin to death, almost.
Right.
So the fact that he's seen that, and he's seen what all of you drop down that far and almost die, Varn is looking at you guys like you are almost like you're magic resistant, almost, because you guys just went in there, which is unheard of for a goblin. So he's looking at you guys like, holy fuck, these guys are magic resistant. They just walked in. Either they're stupid or they've got some kind of protection, and then you get driven to your knees by it. That is enough to flat out terrify him. So you've got to go and kind of counter that.
Yeah.
And I mean, even going and doing that, he's still going to be exceedingly terrified.
I think I got it. So let me. I think I know what to say now.
So, all right,
Varn, I can't see you right now. I hate having conversations like this, but I can tell that what you saw below the tower frightened you to no end. To tell you the truth, I perhaps did not think about that, but we didn't know what to expect down there. And it terrified me too. But we defeated it. Together. And I don't think we could have done that without some of the shots that you threw in there. If magic is what you fear, then prove you are stronger than it. I think we have already proven that at least once so far. So, I mean, somebody once told me that the best way to get over your fears is to confront them head on. And I am afraid of very little now, Varn. Just give it one more chance. That's all I'm asking.
Ellis, I don't know. Do you think that would be enough for advantage?
Ugh.
Oh, without a doubt.
All right. So yeah, roll your persuasion with advantage.
Yeah.
13. Finally, something that's double digits and not shitty.
Damn. I was prepared to give you at least a 14 for that. Roll
I'll take extra bonuses, sure.
Roll a perception.
Perception. Oh, I'm something I'm good at. Yay! Not this time. 9.
So Varn would actually step out from the trees about 30 yards behind you and clear his throat.
I'll turn. Ah, there you are.
He would go and approach you and hold out his hand.
Like in a shaking kind of way.
Yeah.
I'll go and kind of lean down a little bit and. Actually, no. I'll kneel. I will kneel next to him so that we're much closer to eye level, and then I'll shake his hand.
Arn would take your hand and give it a firm shake and go and simply reply with, "You good for Grey Humi. But Varn can't go. Varn not that brave."
Well, allow us to agree to disagree, Varn. I think you're a lot braver than you give yourself credit. You just need to believe in yourself. Trust me. I have been afraid for a lot of things, and especially of things much more mundane than magic. Yet I am still here. I guess you could say it's just the idea of doing your duty just drilled into you. But I've learned that there's nothing you cannot confront.
Varn would kind of shake his head and go and say, "It's not for Varn." And Varn goes and gives you a healing potion.
Ooh.
And the extra vial of necrotic resistance
Okay.
and 50 gold.
Alright, hold on, that's a lot. Give me 1 second. 50 gold, potion of necrotic resistance, and healing potion.
Yes.
Okay.
He goes and he turns those over to you and goes and says, You good peoples. But this beyond Varn. Varn can't go.
Necrotic resistance, there we go. Well, that saddens me, Varn. I'll miss your cooking, and I'll miss you, especially. But, if our paths ever cross again, perhaps a game of chess? I think you'd like it.
What chess?
It's a wonderful game about strategy, deception, and, tactics.
It's pompous checkers.
Think checkers, but a little more complicated.
Varn nods and goes, Varn like checkers.
I think you would like it. The pieces are nice. One of them's a horse.
He nods and goes and says, "Next time we play."
Next time.
And he,
Wait, why? Tell us why.
It's for Varn's big ride into the sunset on Tufa.
You ruined the moment.
No, he didn't. He made it better.
Thank you, Leg.
Okay.
So Varn takes a step back and gives you a salute. And he
Rides on.
turns, shoulders his crossbow, and disappears into the bushes.
Before Varn goes, I'll give him a traditional Vanadori salute, which is pretty simple. It's more of like just he places his fist over his
Fist over his heart.
Yeah, fist over his heart. But he does like the full like kind of slaps his he like straightens up, but
This is the most awkward sound or music.
Nah, this is perfect.
That is about the best.
Oh, I'm not saying it's not good, but it's just kind of weird.
there's a medieval version that's actually really good.
Okay.
I've gotta hear that. So
Honestly, the coffin dance is just Mussolini when allies.
Jesus.
So, but yeah, so do that, salute, and just find my way back to the group.
God damn it! You were one fucking point off from where I was gonna go and say, all right, you win.
Fine.
But yeah.
Get back to the rest of the group. No Varn.
Where'd the goblin?
This fight is not for him, it seems. Too afraid of the magic in this place. It has shaken him. I don't blame him, but I suppose there's only so much words can do. He did give me this, though, and I'll hold out the necrotic resistance potion.
Oh. Huh.
Not bad.
Yes, he didn't use it, and I am naturally resistant to such things, so whoever wants it.
I mean, wouldn't it make you immunity? Oh wait, no.
It doesn't work like
stack.
that.
Never mind.
Yeah.
No, I remember.
If later you take it, it's your sort of thing, and maybe you can figure out how to make more.
True.
Fair
We
enough.
always do that.
It's a shame. He was a good shot.
He was.
Can we quickly do the thing that Ren was doing?
Of course.
So pretty much once Octavian left and Deflator was talking to the elves, can you bring up the under the tower map section?
Oh. Under the tower?
Yes.
Sure.
I found it. By the way, sorry.
Oh, nice. Is this what you wanted?
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
So right here, that's where that thing was, right?
Yes.
So Ren is gonna go down to that thing,
Okay.
and then do a couple like running like long jumps from like here to here, and then to here.
Okay.
And he's gonna try and find like a bunch of loose rocks and bury that book, the orrery book,
Oh.
like right there.
Okay.
And he wants to do it like without like anyone, like the elves like seeing him go down there or whatever. But that's what he wants, because he had said Octavian he's gonna leave it where it's accessible, but most likely not being able to be found.
Okay, so you were trying to sneak down without the elf seeing you?
Yeah, like just going into the tower while they were still all outside.
Sure.
And then, if the thing doesn't talk to him, he probably wouldn't talk to it.
Yes.
Just because he's really weirded out by it.
Yeah, I believe we have unofficially named it the Lurker.
Sure.
Can I get a Constitution saving throw from Ren?
Sure.
The Lurker. Squiggy is so much better.
I don't know. I think I prefer Dad.
God.
You would feel sort of like a slight wave of nausea, Ren, and you would take 2 necrotic damage from being down here.
Okay, I can do that. Then he'll quickly hop, skip, and a jump and get the fuck out of there.
Okay.
And then just reemerge up top.
Okay.
Then eventually, Octavian returns.
Bailate would look up and say, "Couldn't you find him? I could send out my scouts."
No, I did find him, but this fight is not his anymore. He'll find his own path.
She looks down sadly and says, "Then may Ix be with him."
He's a good enough shot. I don't think he needs protection from a god. No offense.
It's an elven god. He'd probably shoot it. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but I'm not about to say that in front of her.
30 sessions from now, Ix emerges from, I don't know, the sea and says, I will bestow my blessing upon you. Varn would loose a crossbow bolt at his face.
And then somewhere 400 feet away, you hear... crossbow bolt comes out of nowhere.
What's the Patriot? What is the Patriot arrow?
Yeah. We're gonna have like an Avengers Assembles moment at like the end of this, and freaking Varn, some enemy is just gonna get crossbow bolted from a mile away, and there's this little green speck waving.
Yeah.
Only if we go out and get Shawarma afterwards.
Right.
I think, in my headcanon, Varn is gonna go start his own adventuring group. And you're gonna.
Oh no!
I
honestly think he goes back and actually retires and takes up cook somewhere.
Sure. Opens a
Go
shawarma
back to
stand.
Arvis with the battle
There we go.
stones, and yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Varn goes and becomes the retired adventurer who now owns a tavern.
Yes.
Only employs goblins.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
I don't think we can really take on the name Hawks without him. He kind of earned it with us.
That is true, but I'm sure we can come up with a different name.
Pigeons.
I mean, why don't we brainstorm some shit on the boat? We're getting on a
Yes.
boat, right?
Well, we have to get to Aaronsport first, so we got like a day and a half, I think, for travel.
Do that quickly.
Bailite, before you leave, she would say, "We're going. If you're leaving, we're going to inspect the upper floors of the tower. Did you find anything strange?"
No.
Strange isn't the word I would give.
There's a disassembled machine up there.
Uh-huh.
That's all we know.
I saw nothing.
Deflator, can you roll deception?
I was waiting for you to ask that.
I was gonna let it go, but you said it twice. Okay. Yeah, you feel, she gives you a long look, but she nods. She'd say, "I'll see if we can find out what's going on here. It's hard to say."
All right, fine. I lied. Don't touch the fucking machine.
She gives you a look and says, "It would be quite foolhardy to attempt to use anything in this place.
Just willy-nilly turn things on. Who would do that?
Yeah, who would do such a thing?
Yeah,
Only an
no
idiot.
one would do such a thing. Only an idiot would do something like that.
You'd have to be a real asshole to start up."
Maybe a pirate.
Yeah. Some disgruntled war veteran? A bird? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We've had our fun.
Yes.
Poke, nudge, nudge. Say no more, say no more.
It's funny because there's the soldier, the pirate, and then if you take a leap and say that Deflator has a ceremonial headdress of feathers, you guys are a construction worker away from being the village people. If Varn comes back with a hard hat on, you're all set.
Only if he's got a tool belt.
Yes. So Bailite would nod and say, she'd say, "I'm no student of the history of this place. I've only known it as a ruin, but I'm sure Siliquin or some of the elders amongst the Eladrin would know how long it has been since this place was manifest here on Hannon. If it has secrets, trust that we will be very cautious and not put anyone at undue risk as we unravel them."
I don't believe a word you just said.
You can roll insight if you want. Well, not you.
No,
but,
I don't need to.
yeah, not you, but
I rolled a 7.
Renfield that's been, disassembled enough.
yeah. With that, you would notice the elves kind of going in cautiously, taking notes, making a catalog of what they see, things like that.
I would say the main floors are pretty safe. There's a pretty nice bedroom up on the third. Don't go in the basement. It's still quite dangerous down there.
And she gives you a nod, and she says, I trust you're headed to the port to the east?
Yes, we must find our ship.
Then may Ix light your path, and may Ix light your path in all the dark places you must walk.
Ix help you out too.
Ix, be a bro.
Well, I look to the
All right.
2 group
Are we
members.
gonna go to the little boat now?
It's a rowboat.
I think we'd
So
be
it's
better off
probably-
on foot. Just leave.
Yeah.
Okay.
Longboats are easily replaced, right, Ren?
Yeah, and we can, if we need to, we can just, I guess, pick it up on the way back. I don't know if it's a dinghy. Who cares?
Yeah. Right. Well, let's get moving.
I mean, hey, it's their fault that they lost it because they abandoned us.
They did say that they would possibly have to leave if the storm got bad. I was just hoping that they would go back to Provos, but
I was also hoping they would at least signal us.
well, we were also underground. It probably happened while we were underground.
Signal's Gerard,
Yeah.
and that's how he told you. And also, a robo is 50 gold.
Yeah, that's chump change for a boat captain.
That's like half a potion.
That's what Varn gave me.
Wait, Farn gave you 50 gold.
Yeah, gave me 50
Did he
gold.
count it out? Did he count it out individually?
Maybe he had it set aside already.
Only a little.
He
So-
learned. He watched Octavian count his money for him sometimes. He learned. Yeah,
Barn counts in 5s, alright? You just had to do it 10 times. It's fine.
yeah.
So I'm also making a hasty travels pace.
I think
Cover the ground. I'm worried about getting there. When we get close, we can slow down, but
yeah, if we want to cover a bit more ground,
yeah.
hug the coast probably. That
Yeah,
way
we
we at
go
least
into-
know. That way we don't have to worry about getting lost directionally because the coast will lead us there anyways.
Yeah, we're gonna do it fast. We're gonna go fast. Go fast update.
Gotta go
Gotta go fast.
along the way. So
Oh no, what's the group token gonna be now?
It's Deflator.
It's Deflator.
I think
I mean,
we
if
should.
I know what it'll be if we decide on on the group name.
Oh God.
I do have Stony Bones.
That reminds me. If I just had a thought. Maybe the corruption that was coming from Lindenhall Farm probably wasn't coming from Aaronsport. It was probably coming from Aelsarin with what the lizard guy was doing. That could also explain why the wolf that freaking
Oh, that's right.
yeah, because we went like further north for that, right? Like he directed us somewhat northward.
Yeah.
So that would have technically happened sooner.
I want to say that we were probably right about here on average when we went up against the wolves because we were getting into the mountainous region of everything, or like maybe along this ridge line here.
Maybe with that, if they figure out how to get the tower to, recede that power a little bit, that might solve it. But whatever, we're already on the road. It's just a brain blast Octavian has.
Plenty also going on in Aaronsport.
That's also true. That might not be doing it any favors, but it might not be the cause. It could be a symptom.
So you remember what happened the last time we attempted to go there?
Well, we're not going across the bridge this time.
My point stands that they knew who I was. They knew about the beast. And Brilwyn had told me that there's rumors of the beast being seen sailing around Aronsport, which means he is most likely involved in something quite dark and dangerous.
Well, we have to get to the Mathakwa anyways, but
I'm just
if it
saying,
gets
be careful. And if you see a big, hairy giant of a man, it's best to avoid him. Now, my name is probably safe. I was only called Ren for a couple days before I was called Tiger, and never called Ren again. And that was like 15 years ago. So I doubt
would they know your last name?
No. I mean, I doubt they remember my name at all.
Just to be safe, perhaps we'll just call you Varro for now,
Sure.
while we're there.
But, given that this is an island that seems to hate anything other than human at this point, it probably won't be too difficult to notice if any of the other crew have survived. The only one that I know that seems to be confirmed is the beast. But if he managed to live, others might have as well. If you happen to see a tiefling or a lizard or a dragon folk or a couple orcs or anything else that seems very out of place, let me know, point it out, and I'll be able to tell you if they were a member of the crew.
We'll just try to keep as low of a profile if...
What color was the tiefling? I don't want to just point out any tiefling.
Red. He is also missing his left eye, because I kind of cut that out.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you
Passing.
this. I'll tell you this.
Wait. I assume we're saying this as we're
Yeah.
moving. Wait, did you cut out his eye or did you scoop it out?
When they first attacked the boat I was on, and Captain captured me, well, they kind of just offered and I accepted. I fought them off with a couple kitchen knives, and I cut his face, and it's just pretty much cut his eye out.
Ah, I see.
Ah, okay.
Well, Ren, I did not... Well, I have lived as long as I have with my profession, picking my fights carefully, as well as and had the privilege later in life to be not on the front lines anymore. But I won't go picking a fight there on purpose. If anyone picks a fight with us, well, we have your back.
Well, I will try not to be as careless next time. And what he's actually going to do is take a cord and kind of wrap it around his forearms. So his sleeve is cinched tight, so there's no chance of his tattoos being revealed.
Yeah.
A couple people in there. If we want to do anything while we're in Aronsport, I know a couple people that seemed nice enough.
All right.
Otherwise, if the boat is there, we can get on and go. I don't know. Was there anything in Aronsport that we kind of passed by it, and Ren doesn't know that Barney Bafflestone told them to go to Aronsport and check it out?
Yeah, I had a... I thought I had a thing. There's a man by the name of Edberg looking for his brother to get the deed to his farm. That's what I have written down in my notes.
Barney had told you guys that shipments for the Grant Archivist or whatever were still coming through, but that's all that was coming through Aronsport, and he wanted to know what he was getting.
That's right. He was getting stuff shipped from Altair. Well, I don't want to stay there too long. I want to get on with what we have to do to stop the abbot.
If it comes to it, so there's quite a nice gnome who runs a magic shop there, And if we need a place to sleep, I think there's a barn that we can use.
Or we could just stay on the Mythaqua itself. If they're there.
Assuming.
Well, might as well check out the magic shop. Maybe I can find myself a nice sword. I feel a bit left out with the magic items you all have.
Oh, but magic flows through your eyes, bright eyes. Or flows through your veins, bright eyes.
I can only do that sort of thing for a short amount of time, but now that I am walking and my blood is flowing a bit more, I feel better, honestly. Different. I don't know what will come of it, but
Well, that sounds good and vague.
Well, you all, as I kind of look at the rest of them,
Understand.
I was gonna do, I was gonna like reach both my hands out because I imagine I'm probably walking in between you guys, and I would just touch and I'd just say, "Were you all affected at all by the tower itself? Recently before we left, since we did stay there a bit longer."
A little bit.
Not much. Outside I was fine, but while you were searching for Varn, I went underneath and I hid the orrery book behind our subterranean friend. I'm not suspecting anyone is going to find it there, but while I was there, I felt pretty awful, but I got out of there and it's fine.
Well, maybe this might help a little, and I'll just kind of reach both my hands out and throw 2 points of lay on hands on each of you.
Whoa, boy, we got a paladin.
Yeah. I've been able to heal before with
that felt different.
Yes, I think this is something else, something I have a bit more control over. I can, instead of just before it took a lot of effort and I would put a lot of my own energy into that. This I feel more control over.
I understand what you mean. I kind of feel like I have not more control, but a better grasp on my eldritch abilities.
Right, but this is... one could chalk that up as just you becoming more skilled as an arcanist or wherever it is you get your magic from. But for me, this is different. This is... it's coming from within, and it is... I don't know. I don't know what it means, but I'm... well, cautious to see where it leads.
I've just always been a badass, and I think just
keeps getting better.
I just feel you just even a little bit more badass.
Yeah. Well, either way.
Dude, Ren's not even leveling up. He's just increasing his fucking badass rank.
Yeah. Hey, you're on prestige tokens, ranks. Man. You're on prestige ranks. We're still leveling.
Well, next level, if I take Prodigy, I'll just like gain expertise in acrobatics just for extra flippiness during my attack.
Good lord.
Okay, Eugene Redtree.
Rather than the 3 backflips that he usually goes and gets, now he'll do 5.
You guys love Eugene Redtree. Stop it.
I love Eugene Redtree. That man is literally my brother. Just except not in the literal sense at all, because we are not blood related.
You are my brother,
I like to think in my headcanon that Eugene and Dimitri are blood brothers.
Omelet Jensen?
So.
Wasn't he making hot dog omelets? Sorry, go ahead.
I think so.
Like of all the things to cook. So as you are making your way east from El Seren, you would notice that there is a small fishing village on the coast as it's getting to be about supper time. Um, you
Well.
would see two male humans carrying fishing poles, sort of walking down the road ahead of you, sort of back towards the village. As you approach, they move off to the side so you can pass.
Good evening.
One of them would look up and say, "I well met, trying to get home for supper."
Well, good luck to you on that. I looked to everybody else like, you want to try and pose here, or should we just camp outside of this place?
What time is it?
It's starting to. The sun's starting to get real low.
We woke up early, so yeah, we should. I don't know. I'd like to sleep in a bed. It's been a while.
We can ask, but if not, then I think we can probably just camp out somewhere. I wouldn't want to impose too much on these people.
Did you say that there was like a guard that let us pass, or?
No, it's just people with fishing poles.
Okay.
Yeah, you would see up ahead just a very small settlement, not even a town or village, just a couple of buildings and some tents and a couple of
We
boats.
probably don't have enough room for 3 more, such as ourselves.
About how much longer? Well, I'll actually ask the people. Pardon the interruption. About how much further is it until Aaron's port? We're supposed to be meeting a boat there, unfortunately.
They give each other a nervous look and say, "Surely you're not trying to make it to Aaron's port tonight?"
Well, that's my concern. Is that the quicker the better, but I don't want to do something unwise.
So, what are you guys doing for pace? What is it, 30 miles?
I'll say in quick pace.
How many miles a day is that?
I think that's 30
30?
on foot.
Okay, so I'm figuring, just to be generous, I'm figuring you're probably about there.
Yeah, fast pace is 30 miles a day.
Yeah, I mean, why don't we say you're right there? So yeah, so you've got about another 20 miles or so to the town. Roughly.
So if we go to another quick pace, we could get there by about half a day or so.
Sure. He would say, I wouldn't go to the port, not in the night, not in the dark.
Oh dear. There's a chance you might be able to have a couple guests with you this evening.
Kind of eyes you and says, "The 3 of you? I'm sure we could figure something out."
Much appreciated, my good man. I've had a
Check something.
rough few days.
He would say, "We just spent the day fishing. Actually, not off the coast, but inland a bit. There's a small pond where the fishing is good."
Good.
Are you finished fishing for the day?
Yes, you would see that they have their poles on their shoulders, and they're carrying a couple of sacks, which you would presume to be full of the catch that they made.
Nice.
Good haul. I was hoping. Well, unfortunately, it's too late. It would have been nice to do some myself.
Oh, you're a fisherman by trade.
Sailor by trade, fisherman for leisure.
Sport.
Oh, well, you won't find much work in the port. Best head back towards Provost.
Well, it's not work we're looking for, but the boat specifically. Have you been in the camp here long?
Aye.
Did yesterday or so, did you see a big ship with yellow sails pass by to the east?
They kind of look at each other and say, "I didn't, did you?" And he says, "No, I didn't." He says, "Come back with us. Ask Miss Coveney. She watches the seas every day. She might have seen something."
I'd be grateful for any news.
Sure, and we can salt some of these fish and maybe have a bit of stew if we get a move on.
I'd really
Sounds
appreciate if I
excellent.
was taught how to fillet one.
He would give you a look and say, Not handy with the blade?
Not necessarily not handy with a blade. Just never had to really cook for myself.
Says, I can show you what I know.
Alright. Yeah, let's go ask this lady what she knows.
Yeah, I'm looking through my inventory to see if I have anything good to give them.
You give them money.
Yeah, but it's a little bit better.
Give him the bag of beans like a real asshole. I gotta remember to toss that fucking thing overboard when we get back on the Mythaqua.
Yeah, like a massive pyramid erupts from the ocean.
Well, see, it only... So I was reading through it, and the, you have to plant the beans in order for them to... for their effects to take place. But if you dump the contents on the ground, it, like, explodes, basically. So I feel like if I tie it up, and then, like, maybe put it in another bag, and then just throw it overboard, it'll be fine. But...
You go and do that, and there's a hole in the bag.
Maybe if you're in the water, a wax scroll case might be best.
Yeah, probably. Maybe pick one up while we're in Aaronsport.
The one you've been talking to would offer you a hand as he kind of keeps walking and say, "My name's Shane. This is my mate Richard."
Pleasure to meet you. I'm Octavian.
Richard gives you an eye and says, "Not from around here, are you?"
No, mainland.
You eager to get back there?
No, but I feel as if my travels will take me there anyways.
Or say, you're not from the mainland. You're from a bigger island. I'm from the mainland.
I guess it's all relative.
It's mainland to me.
So after...
Yeah, wouldn't Faerun be considered a different continent?
I feel like the main... So this island is Hannon. The bigger one, does that have like an actual name to it?
It's Halcyon, right?
It's Halcyon. Well, I think the whole thing is Halcyon. But I would classify this almost as like a microcontinent. It's like it's too big to be an island.
Right, so it's kind of like New York. Well, I guess not really, is it? Where well, I'm trying to think of like a better example. Where like the whole thing is considered Halcyon, and then there's like the island of Hannon is part of Halcyon.
Mm-hmm.
But like the mainland itself doesn't have like a separate name.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of like a better real world example. I'll need to think about it.
I mean, that's a good example.
Well, okay, so like you have like Indonesia. So like Indonesia has like all those different islands. They each have their own names, but the greater archipelago is called Indonesia. Japan is the same way too. There's 4 islands that make up Japan.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to think about how it's like New York State, and then there's like the island of New York. But then
New York, Manhattan.
Yeah, like that has boroughs. I mean, Hannon has kind of boroughs too, sort of. Like it has like towns. But then it's like
Long Island, you got Staten Island.
Yeah, that's true. So as you make your way to the fishing village, you would see, it's a very small community. You'd see a couple of people kind of standing near copper pots. You would see a few of the women there going about their day. And as you approach, one particular group would look up and see Shane and Richard approaching, ask how the catch was. They explain that they did rather well. They introduce you, and they would begin preparing the fish, making a point to show Deflator, if you were interested. They would make it a point to kind of show you how they're doing it. As someone is chopping up potatoes and onions, etc. They appear to have some fresh cream, and they're making what looks like a lovely chowder.
Sorry, you go.
As I said, after a day of fishing, that'll hit the spot. Or add also a day of marching too.
I'm actually really making myself hungry. I could really go for some of that right now.
I actually
I'm
have
thinking about making a
ready
fish
to
ready
go.
to go.
Yeah.
Damn it!
Okay,
I ate an entire pizza, and now I'm going and starting on fucking Cheetos.
Yeah.
Damn.
How does your
Bastards.
fishing equipment look? Like, is it look like really good quality? Does it look beat up?
Yeah, no, it's very beat up.
I'm gonna, as thanks for letting us stay, I'm gonna give them my fishing equipment, my fishing like tackle and all that, which is
Wow.
pretty good and pretty much not really used because I haven't had fucking time.
Right. Great. Shane would take it with great enthusiasm and thank you, and say, "Well, certainly we can't turn you away now." And he would give you, a quick introduction to his house. Certainly, there would be room in the main room near the fire where you could throw down some bedrolls.
Much better than we could have hoped for.
Certainly beats the woods, that's for sure.
As
Uh,
yet,
we'll-
go ahead.
I was asking, where's that nice person you were mentioning that watches the water and might have seen our ship?
As you mentioned this, one of the women there who's helping prepare the stew says, "Old Lady Coveney, what do you want her for?"
Well, we're heading, unfortunately, to Aronsport, where we're hoping to meet up with our ship. They had to abandon us near Halcyon because of the troubling waters. I was wondering if anyone had seen a large ship with yellow sails coming by.
Say, not ain't many ships going this way and that. And Shane would say, "Yes, they're just trying to find their friends. I thought Miss Coveney might have seen something." And he says, "Come here, I'll show you where she is." And he would take you just a short way towards the coast, where as you leave the kind of circle of huts and homes and things, there's certainly a vicious kind of cold wind sort of whipping across the coast at night. The black waves sort of crashing against the rocks, and you would see an old woman standing there with a black dress kind of billowing in the breeze, in the wind, and she's holding something very close to her chest, looking out at the water. And he would say, there she is. Don't expect a lot of good information. She's and he kind of makes a gesture with his hand and says, she does the best she can.
I want the banshee scream.
Well, yes or no is all I would need. Hopefully, I can get that. And Ren would go up to her.
She would turn, and you see that she's actually holding a large glass jar. It appears to be full of pickles.
God, I was gonna make a jar of dirt joke, but never mind. I got a jar of dirt.
Madam Coveney,
She would say, have you come for some wisdom?"
I suppose I could always do with more of that, but more of something specific. We're told that you spend time here watching the waters, and I was wondering if you had seen our ship pass within the last day or so.
She'd say, "The ship, it did pass about a day ago. Yellow sails it had.
That's the one.
Headed towards the port. Seemed to hit some rough seas."
Was being battered about. Well, that's all I needed. But I suppose if you had any spare wisdom, I wouldn't mind hearing it.
Friends of yours, were they?
Yes, they unfortunately had to leave us behind due to the waters and the storm.
She would reach out, and you would see her sort of very bony sort of fingers. She has a very thin looking hand. She reaches out and she places it on your shoulder, Ren, and she would say, "Then I'm sorry for your loss."
Wait, what do you mean?
She'd say, "Umberly took them, I'm sure of it."
But did you see it?
"I didn't see it, but I was told."
By who?
And she sort of holds the jar close to herself, and she says, my pickles.
Just kind of look over to Ren. It's like, and then look back to her and like, right. Well, they're a
Only you
resourceful
had Mars.
bunch. Perhaps if they made it ashore, we'll find them in Aaron's ports. Kind of
we,
just, yeah.
we appreciate your condolences, and we'll hope that they made it, and then just kind of slowly walk away.
Yeah.
She'd say, "The pickles talk to me. They tell me things, and they tell me not to cross the bitch queen."
As,
Ooh, wisdom.
as they kind of like leave her, Ren, and we'll say it Octavian and Deflator, they have a shrine to the bitch in Aaron's port, and it would not surprise me if in some way the beast was involved with her.
She'd say, "Come on then. My jar does not judge. One day it may have more to say about this, but my jar saw something last night."
Right. Well, let's not wait on the stew, I suppose.
Was it something about the boat or something about the port?
She sort of holds the jar very close to herself, and she'd say, and it looks almost as if she's just like whispering to herself, and she would say that Umberlee was angry with them about something, and my pickles can't see them anymore.
As they leave, Ren's like, "That's not fucking good."
I don't take much. I assume we're out of earshot of her, so I'll just go and say, I don't take much stock in people who get their wisdom from snacks.
Wisdom from snacks should be the title of next week's recap.
Yeah.
Look, I don't give a fuck about pickles, but who knows what kind of abilities someone might have, and if she attributes it to the pickles, that's on her. All I
What's
know,
a pickle?
grind cucumber.
Oh,
And what I do know is that if the bitch queen wants your boat, the bitch queen gets your boat. So any tidings about her don't bode well.
Well, I'm not one for religion and whatnot, but I do take ominous warnings somewhat seriously. I mean, we've gotten more than enough of those on this journey. But if she didn't see them fall beneath the waves, then we can't. Then we have no reason to believe that they did. Perhaps they're in the port, but perhaps something is binding them there. Either way, all we have to do is find them, and worst case scenario, find another boat.
Let's see. Go get your stew. I have something to do. And then Ren is gonna walk right towards the beach, and you're gonna hear him like cursing under his breath about forgetting something.
As Octavian and Deflator would return to the camp, you would see a good small group of people sort of in the center around a large fire, and they're spooning out bowls of the stew. Some people have gone to their own homes to do their own thing, but there's a good group kind of staying outside by the fire, literally breaking bread, passing around large loaves of bread, and just talking by the fire.
It's quite. I imagine the stew's really good. You have nice fresh fish and everything.
Yes.
It's quite good. Certainly beats field rations and whatever it is that you have to eat on the road.
Field rations.
Yeah. I was trying to make it sound less military, but whatever.
I got into a YouTube channel for a while about this guy who just like reviewed rations and MREs.
Yeah,
and
he like reviews the MREs and stuff like
Yeah.
that of different countries.
Yeah, it was
I
really
think I've
interesting.
seen some of those recommended to
I
me, but
have
I've never
seen
watched
some
any of
those
them.
videos.
Yeah. He did one where he found stuff from like World War II, and he tried to like reconstitute it and eat it.
Ugh.
Or like
Right.
1910. It's like, I don't know.
Jesus.
I remember watching a Vietnam one, I think.
Yeah.
It's like, ew.
Vietnam ones are still technically edible.
Yeah, they are.
I think they've got
I
like
think
a
they go
50-year shelf life.
Yeah, I think they go unedible in like 5 years.
Probably.
So get them while you can, I guess.
Right. So they would certainly be
I mean,
there.
Alice, I think you know my idea of the gas station review channel. The gas station burritos.
Oh, is that a YouTube channel?
It's an idea. I'm gonna review gas station burritos.
Oh, dude,
And then I'll leave the last bite in the bathroom.
I would.
I didn't steal this from a podcast.
I would watch the shit out of that. Yeah.
Sorry, I just sent to you what Ren did.
Oh.
And what you guys will notice is Ren comes back about like 5 minutes later, and his legs are wet up to the knees.
Took a dip, did you?
Something that probably needed to be done.
Bitch queen?
Something like that.
Ah.
Stew's good. Here, and I'll hand up a bowl.
And then I'll take it and then just like sit like almost on top of the fire just because his legs are frozen in the winter water.
Did you get any pickles?
Dare not take any of her pickles. I doubt she has many left.
Oh man, I wanted to try one. I've never had one.
Vinegar and salt is what you get, and dill.
Vinegar, salt, dill, put cucumbers in a jar, slice them or not, and then let them sit for a while.
We'll get you a pickle back in Provost.
How do you?
Maybe there's a pickle
How does
right.
one that constantly makes pickle right?
What were you trying to? Where are you going with that?
Ren said he's like,
I just I need to just run to the bathroom super quick. You guys talk around the fire. I'll be right back. Sorry.
How does one, if they're that simple to make, run out if you're constantly growing cucumbers?
Well, cucumbers aren't
You
always
don't-
in season.
you can eat pickles. You need a lot of pickles.
Yes.
You get the mixture right. They're fucking good. And
Yes.
you know, you can put a lot of garlic in there. You can put hot peppers in there. You know, spice it up.
We had one day. This was a long time ago when I was still on the front, but me and my squadron came back from leave, and one of my comrades, he came back with a number of pickled vegetables. Apparently, he spent much of his time with his mother making them to bring them back for the boys on the fronts. Made quite. We made a lot of friends that day.
And about, I mean, a big barrel of salt and vinegar is one of the few things that I'll keep for a long time. So we got used to pickles.
They didn't last very long. There were a lot of mouths to feed, but they were nice with what we had.
Do pickles taste different if they're like pickled on the sea? So why there's like
I can't imagine they
pickles?
would. They go into.
yeah, but like, what's a sea pickle then?
I hope it's not made with a sea cucumber because that would be disgusting. Do you guys know what a sea cucumber is?
I know what a sea cucumber is. Yeah,
Yeah.
like
No.
it's a.
Yes, I
It
do.
sounds gross though.
It's like, it's nothing like an actual cucumber.
They're members of
Aren't
the
they
urchin
animals?
family.
Yeah.
They're members of the
yeah.
urchin family. They're freaking.
Yeah.
They look like
related to-
little things of turds. Almost.
Yeah, they look like little turd corals, and they like shoot their intestines or something out from like their butts, and it grabs food and it retracts into themselves, and they digest it inside.
Oh my god, the brown ones actually just look like shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
they
very.
do dissect those.
Just looking at these things makes me look uncomfortable. Ugh.
That's
Right?
why, like, I was playing with my friend Ghost Recon Breakpoint, and there's just all sorts of different vegetation you could harvest as ingredients. And I don't. One of the things that you could harvest to make food out of, like that gives you stats like rations, was sea cucumbers.
Ugh.
And I'm like, just because you're by this, like by the sea, and I'm like, okay, I don't think the people that made this game know what a sea cucumber is.
People that made that game are also morally bankrupt, but whatever. That's another discussion.
Oh, yeah.
How long did
Like,
you
not-
play that game?
What's that?
How long did you play Breakpoint? Because I know you were kind of excited for it. So
It wasn't as good as Wildlands, but it was pretty good. I mean, I played through everything, but I have I've done pretty much everything except for unlock all the equipment. But like I've done all the side quests that I could find and stuff, and I don't really have any desire to play it again. So
it seemed cool, but the whole like third person and then aiming in first person thing, I didn't really like that.
like, and I guess I get used to it during Wildlands. But I would say like if you're gonna go into the games, get Wildlands. It's so much better. The storyline is better. The mechanics are better. And it was
And they don't. Well, they do monetize the crap out of it, but not as bad as Breakpoint. So, sounds like Ellis is back.
Yeah.
Waiting.
Did I miss anything great?
No, we just talked about pickles and then got into a discussion about, very briefly
Ghost
about
Recon.
Ghost Recon.
So the woman, Miss Coveney, would at one point come and join the group, and she'd sit sort of off by herself, but you'd notice that people show her respect, and they make sure that she's okay, and they bring her some food and stuff, and she kind of just keeps to herself and keeps kind of looking over her shoulder back towards the sea. And after a while,
She's secretly a sea hag.
it would appear as though, you know, the cold's starting to get to folks, and after they've eaten, they're not lingering too long. They're heading back to their own homes to get some rest.
That's not
sooner to bed.
hanging with his hospitality. We'll go to the house of the gentleman who was kind enough to let us in.
Great, and I assume you would be able to go there and rest without issue.
Right.
And if there's nothing else, it'll be the next morning.
Yep.
Bed or
Right,
the
right.
rise.
Great. You would actually wake, and there would be a very light flurry of snow falling. It would be the first thing that you would notice. The person, Shane, would be up. He'd be making some tea. And he would greet you and say, making your way the rest of the way to the port, I take it?
Yes. Seeing as how there's snow on the ground, I did not pack any winter gears. There's somewhere in town where I could get like a cloak or something.
I'd say not really here. There might. I don't know if someone would have something old they'd be willing to part with. We don't have a tailor here. We'd have to head to the port for that.
Then I won't bother. I'm sure I can manage for half a day or so.
He would kind of go into his closet and pull out a cloak that looks about two sizes too small for you, Octavian, and say, "This would be more of a capelet for you, I think."
I already have one of those, so I'll be fine.
He'd say, "Well, I'm off. May your journey be pleasant, and may Umberlee see you to your shores."
Yeah, so the last thing we need is issues with the bitch queen.
He would say, if you do make it to town, my friend you met yesterday, Richard, his name's Richard Hammett. His uncle lives in Aronsport, Cornelius Hammett. He's a logger. He owns an old mill not too far from here. Last we heard, there was some trouble with his son. Just do check on him if you see him. Let him know that we've asked after him.
We can certainly do that. It's nothing compared to the hospitality you just showed us.
So, I would say, I'm glad that my humble home was good enough.
A roof over your head is nothing to. Well, a roof over your head is much better than what we have gotten as of late.
Mm-hmm. With that, you see him beginning to bundle up, and he takes his brand new fishing pole and he puts his hand on Ren's shoulder and says, "I have no doubt that this will bring us a fine supper tonight. Thank you again."
You're most welcome.
He would say, "Even if I have to cut into the ice at that pond, I believe I'll be coming back with something."
Oh, best of luck on that. We have a journey ahead of us.
Excellent, and yeah, you would see that the settlement is definitely up and about, and you'd be free to make your way east.
And we do, once again, I would say at a quick pace.
Yes. As you're making your way along the coast, after a few hours, you would hear a strange creaking sound coming from behind the tree line.
What do I notice?
If you were to take a few steps off the road, you would see a clearing where there is a large, looks like a large windmill.
I mean, this is far too far away from Aaron's Port, right? To be the mill that they were talking about.
I'm figuring that you've got about a half a day's journey, and you're halfway through that. So it seems like you're getting pretty close to the town.
To Aaron's Port. So can we take this that it's this Cornelius guy's mill, or do we think it's just something else along the way?
You would assume that you'd be close enough that there's a good chance it would be Hammett's mill.
Does it look like disused, or?
It does look disused. The door at the front of it is swinging open, and the paddles on the mill themselves are kind of swinging left and then right, left and right, making kind of an eerie creaking sound.
Do we think this is the mill they were talking about, or I feel like we're a little far away?
I mean, we have been traveling for about 2-3 hours or something. It's possible. The fact that there's nobody here in sight is concerning.
Let's just keep going.
We could. That's probably for the best. I want to get off this island.
Same. If this happens to be it, we'll find someone in town and send them to send the message or whatever. Okay.
Right, probably a good idea. Pay someone with fast legs a few gold, and they'll do anything they want.
We just keep moving.
Okay. So after a few more hours, you would see ahead of you what looks like a large settlement.
A large port town? Hey! Alright.
This is my final hand-drawn map.
It's a little pixelated.
Is it?
Oh, there it is. Okay, never
Fine
mind.
for me.
Okay.
It took a second for it to load for me.
Okay. I think I drew this in like May.
I've seen this before.
So we would probably be entering from like here, right? Or like here?
Yes. So I was expecting you coming kind of up from along the coast.
Okay. Well, I'll kind of look to everybody and just say, well, we seem to be entering off the road, so maybe we should have a alibi as to why. Just in case anybody asks.
Do I see the Mythaqua anywhere?
You do not. I'm just going to change that scale a little bit. So as you enter from the coast, you would see a few small docks ahead of you with kind of battered ships that have run aground. There's a few tied up to moorings, and there's definitely a pile of rubble that looks like several months worth of shipwrecks.
Without the boat, there's no way we can't trek across Hannon again. We'll never, even if we make it to Provost, we'll never get to. Was it Gian in time to stop the attack at the first of the dawn or whatever? There's no chance.
There's
it's
a large
port town. There's got to be somebody with a boat somewhere.
To your right, up on a hill, right here. So let me just, and then you can. So you may be over here. So like you're down on the beach and looking up on the hill. There's a large barn-like house. Ahead, you'd see a small shop, which looks like you might see a sign that says Smythe Sails and Line. And then there's a large building beyond that reading Harbor Master.
Okay, just so you know, so I'm like gonna be like head on a swivel, super looking out for any member of the Thunder.
Sure.
Like I'm looking hard at everyone's face. I mean, they mostly stand out because not many of them are human or Goliath. As I said, the gnome that ran the magic shop here was exceptionally nice. Perhaps we can meet with him, ask him any questions first.
Probably a good idea. Talk to a friendly face first. Well, you know the way, Ren. I should say Varro.
Lead them there.
So the way it's roughly set up is that you would you could walk. That's up the hill there, so you would walk this way, and then you'd be able to catch this road here. So then you'll notice that the cities are on kind of hills. So down by the bottom, this would be like sea level, and then each section of the city seems to be kind of on raised up above the last. It's like a series of hills. As you approach this area to kind of get on the road to climb up this way, is that fair? So you're like over here about to kind of head up towards Wellwind's Goods. Could I get a well, actually, Ren, with your passive perception, you would actually hear coming from the Harbor Master, you would hear someone playing a pan flute kind of poorly. You would hear very off-key pan flute music. And Justin, did you mind helping me with some just some town music or some seaside?
Oh yeah.
Whatever you got, I really appreciate it.
They're terrible.
Here we go.
Can I get a perception roll?
All right.
Um,
11.
Looking in the direction of where the music is coming from, you would actually notice what looks to be like an elf wearing studded leathers with a longbow, wearing an elven cloak, playing this pan flute on the roof of the Harbor Master's building.
Hmm.
Did we just meet Vorm's new character?
I didn't say anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
But if Deflator's the only one rolling, I guess the rest of us figure that out almost instantly.
Yeah, I pointed out to you guys. It's like, that's a little odd.
Having fun up there.
I
knew it.
Looking over the edge of the roof, looking down at you guys, the elf would go and say, oh, "I remember you. Where's the little one?"
He went his own path, but I'm afraid I don't know you.
Yeah, yes, so about that. You wouldn't. Well, let's... To be entirely honest with you, remember your little, how shall we say, foray there at the bridge?
Which one? There's been a few.
Well, that one, and he points at Octavian, went and cut down one of, the church's paladins there.
Oh, that bridge fight, yes.
Nice swing, by the way.
He had it coming.
I couldn't tell. You did tend to go and go a little overboard with that one, but that's neither here nor there. So I may or may not have seen that and decided to follow along a little bit. Sorry, I think. But it's a little depressing though. The little one's not here anymore. It's a rather fine shot. I'd have liked to have tested my my skill against his, but well, whatever. Deflator. I would say probably at this point, you would feel a lift on one of your pouches in your pack, and how would you respond to that?
I would look around for who's putting a hand in my fucking money sack.
So as you turn, you would actually see a faint shimmer of a mage hand.
Oh, you're an arcane
to
fixer, aren't you?
attempting to lift up your money pouch there.
I try and snatch it. Do you want me to make a dex check?
He's not trying overly hard to steal your money.
Okay.
He's basically trying to see your skill with noticing magic.
Right.
Okay.
So Deflator, yeah, you would notice your bag moving a little bit and probably realize what was happening very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So as you turn, he snaps his fingers and says, "Well, not horrible, I suppose."
Can't steal from another thief. It's one rule.
That's who said I was a thief?
Maybe I shouldn't have used the word another.
So you've been
Yes.
following us for some time.
Do you have a name?
I lost you at Provost there for a while, and then I got bored. I wasn't sure where you'd left to. The ship actually left port before I could get that information, but I got bored and decided to wander this way. As for my name, the elf stands up and gives you a bow over the edge of the roof, and goes and says, "Agarwain, yeah, we'll leave it at that for now.
Well, you seem to know who we are, so
I don't know your names per se, but I have followed your movements, shall we say? Though, like I said, I did happen to lose you there in Provost, but well, I found you again, so couldn't be
what
that.
were you hoping to gain by following us?
At no point did Ren notice this guy following with his.
He was following quite a ways behind.
It's like following our tracks, basically.
Pretty much. I mean, he was probably following back behind you by maybe half a mile or so.
I don't know how you get to from Provost to Aaronsport in like 3 days when he lost us, unless he took a boat.
Wibbly wobbly. Yeah.
It's willing suspension of disbelief.
I don't
So-
know.
I mean, we were also in Provost for a few days, so like.
Well, he said he lost us when we got on the boat. And
Oh, yeah. Whatever. Let's not worry about that.
we have many other things to worry about, such as getting a boat and getting information.
Yeah. Well, if you introduced yourself, I am Octavian Calventius. I'll motion to everybody else.
He gives you a little, kind of one of those little courteous bows.
And I'm a stranger.
I'll give you that. And he also gives you a bow as well.
Kind of motioning to Deflator.
Deflator. Just deflator.
Just deflator. Oh, okay. All right. I'll go with that. Now you said you were looking for information. Were you?
A ship specifically. We're looking for a ship by the name of the Methaqua. Has yellow sails, quite large.
Would
Varna-
he have seen that?
Yeah, I'm gonna chat you something, Vern.
Okay. Waiting. I can't quite confirm that this was your ship, as I didn't see sails per se, but there was a shipwreck some ways down the shore here. Some of the survivors were coming ashore rather slowly, but I do believe most of them, per se, perhaps made it ashore.
Where would they be?
They're actually below us. Well, below me, I should say. Yes, they're inside.
Then Ren just walks right into the Harbor Master building and look.
Kind of give him a look. Look to Octavian and look to Ren. I'll wait for to see what Octavian does.
Well, if you can help us get them a ship, then you're welcome to tag along. Since you find us so interesting.
Remember
I
the last
would.
time we trusted someone who already knew who we were, Octavian?
I have a good feeling about this one this time.
To be entirely fair, I didn't know who you were. I just took an interest.
That is fair. The cheese right did request me by name, so.
Right. The little fat man.
Yes.
Yeah, I avoided that one. Cheese doesn't really suit me. He looks at him. He's like, I rather like my figure.
I thought I could count him among an ally in a troubled time, but it seems as if he just wants another thug, and a highly skilled one at that. And I don't take too kindly to being lied to, so.
Yes, that little fire incident was amusing, I suppose.
Whatever. We won't stay in Provost long. We just have a straggler to pick up there, and then we'll be on our way away from here. more important things to do. If you're willing to help, then might I consider getting off of that roof for a moment and helping us out?
Yes, whatever did you need? And as he's doing that, he's climbing down from the roof.
Well, for now, we need to regroup with our crew members, then figure out how the hell we can get out of this town and on the water. But I have a feeling that there is something bad here in Provost that we're about to get involved with as well.
There's bad things everywhere. Have you seen what's leading this country?
That is one of the things that concerns me the most, but for right now, we're here.
Excellent. Then we have quite a bit in common.
And I can tell he's a full elf, right? Or are you half elf?
No, he's definitely a full elf. He's short, but he's a wood elf. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ren definitely is not in a trusting place, especially inside Aaron's port.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to ask for an insight check on this guy.
Go to roll. And then
Yeah. Oh, that was my. I clicked my.
and then Vorm, I believe if you are being deceptive, you'd roll deception against that, and if you're not, then it's just you tell him.
no. He's Agarwin's is definitely not lying to anybody at this point. I
Hi,
didn't actually
Dash.
build him with
How was
enough
the fishing? Welcome back.
capability of that. I'm pretty sure. I think he's got like a -2 or something like that to his charisma.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he's terrible.
Ren, so you would.
Well, you're
give him-
definitely not a bard, that's for sure.
No, definitely not.
See, I was thinking that or ranger, but now with the mage hand, I'm like, yeah, it's probably arcane trickster.
He's actually a multi-class,
Oh.
so it'll be
Either
interesting.
red?
Nope.
Oh, I'm sure we'll find out.
Who are you all entering the harbor master's office?
Yeah, we'll follow Ren at that point.
Great. So as you enter the harbor master's office, you would see there's a large, heavy, ornately carved door. But due to the proximity to the ocean, there's quite a bit of spray here as the waves lap up against the rocks. You're certainly getting a good amount of spray. Everything just seems it's like covered in this slime. It's everything's just wet, and just the wood seems like it's rotting, and there's just this
Gross.
Yeah, you're starting to notice as you've been talking to Agarwin, you're noticing like this thin layer of salt is kind of building up in your skin and in your hair the longer that you stand around. Entering the building, you would see that there's a simple fire in one section. You see sort of like a table in one corner. There's lots of maps tacked up on the wall. You would see a certain amount of like barrels that seem to be full of like ropes and line and stuff. And there is there's sort of like a fat old man, the buttons of his waistcoat kind of straining against his belly. He's sitting in a chair. As you enter, he would look up. You would notice that there are some doors. There's like a wall behind him with a couple of doors. And he'd say, "What's your business?"
I would say, I swear this is a medieval Innsmouth.
It's kind of the vibe I'm starting to get.
Also, Ren is like keeping his hood up and avoiding like recognizable face contact with anyone. And it's just this guy we see in here.
Yes, yeah. You just see this one older gentleman.
Ren will go over to him and say, "We're searching for the survivors of the shipwreck."
He'd say, "Oh, they're friends of yours?"
Acquaintances.
He says, "You'll have to talk to the Reeve. I can't say much."
Why? I'll just stare at him, like narrow my eyes.
He'd say, "They're resting now. I'll take you to them. I don't want any trouble."
Garwin goes and chuckles at Octavian's question there, and kind of leans over close to Deflator and goes, "I like you guys."
Well, hopefully we like you too.
Oh, I'm sure we'll be fine.
So he
Like
takes
isn't the
it down.
question, it's trust.
He gets up and he sort of fumbles with his keys and he unlocks the door. He says, if they're acquaintances of yours, I've told them they've got to be out by nightfall. We can't have anyone staying in here. And he opens the door.
All right, we'll walk in.
I mean, is it lit on the other side?
Oh yeah. As you go in, you would see sort of what looks like you'd have to assume that it's the harbor master's like personal quarters, and you would recognize Brilwyn and Raygrim huddled with a few younger dwarves in the corner. They appear to be drinking some tea, and they've got some parchment and they're writing notes. And they're as you enter, they look up, and you see some relief like a flash across their faces as they see you.
I would say to Octavian, mind at the door, make sure he doesn't shut it on us.
Yeah, I'll let everybody to walk in, and then I'm going to stand in the doorway.
The harbor master would just kind of look at you, and he sets the keys down on the desk, and he takes a few steps back, and he starts kind of fixing himself a cup of tea, and you just get the impression he doesn't want any trouble.
It's fine. I'm going to turn around so I can see into the room and be a part of the conversation if necessary.
Sure. Even without rolling it, you intimidated him successfully.
Yeah.
Kind of go up to Brilwyn and just kneel down and just be like, "What the fuck?"
You see her. She's very shaken. She's a couple of shades paler than you might remember. Looks like she's still, her clothes are very damp, and she's got blankets wrapped around her, as well as a few of the other dwarves. And she would say, she sort of tries to stand, but then she sort of just kind of falls back in her chair. But she reaches out and she grabs your forearm. Are you wearing your heavy winter coat, Ren, or what do you have on?
Yes.
Yeah. So she kind of grabs the sleeve of the coat tightly, and she says, "We lost half the crew. It was a ghostly ship, came from the storm." He says, "The
The
bodies."
name is the Flying Dutchman, and rage fills her sails.
Oh my god.
Am I inadvertently doing a Pirates of the Caribbean parody?
It seems like it.
It wasn't what I was going for, but we do have Ren in the party, so.
When someone mentions the Flying Dutchman, I just think SpongeBob.
Keep going. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Just kind of grabs her arm back. Was there a flag?
She'd say, "I couldn't see it last night, but something washed ashore with the..." And she kind of looks down, and Raygrim says, "With the bodies." And with a shaky hand, Raygrim would hold this out.
Oh boy.
Fucked.
It's like, oh, is this something familiar to you, Ryan? And then I looked up and saw what the title was. And I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Boy.
Oh wait, hold on.
Oh.
Okay, hold on there.
Seeing the image there, the item, Agarwayne would go and kind of lean in and go and say, "I'm missing something." What?
To be fair, I mean Octavian and Deflator don't know either.
I'm getting a vibe. There's an aura coming off of Ren right now, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's like rage shitting his pants. Like he is scared as fuck, but he's beyond angry.
Fun.
And he just like looks like Bro and like a deep stare. He's like, "You know what this is, right?" Because I'm sure she knows.
Brilwyn won't speak, but Raygrim says, We tried to make port, but it pursued us, forced us back into open water. We tried to drop anchor, but we started to take on water and list. It was all we could do to make it to shore.
You know, hindsight being 2020, perhaps you should have gone back to Provost.
It says the plan was to just wait out the storm and go back to that cursed elven tower and pick up the lot of you, but...
Well, the tower is no longer cursed, but we have no cursed boat. How the hell are we going to get to Gion in time?
Ragram just looks down, and you can see on the parchment, he just has a number of figures he's trying to work out. The very same question. How does he get back to Provost, and how do they get their ship? Get a ship.
Are there no ships in port currently?
You would have noticed on the way in that there were a couple that were tied up.
Do they seem like they would be seaworthy enough to go to Provost, or are they meant more for short journeys between here and Eastbridge?
You would have seen
We
one.
could probably make do with a sloop.
Anything with sails will get us to Provost.
Yeah.
Especially with the storm gone around Halcyon.
The storm around Halcyon is not what concerns me anymore.
Up the coast, you can probably avoid the ship.
Something tells me that a ghost ship has no need for concern with the depth of water. Just a hunch.
Was it really a destroyed ship that you saw?
Ragram just looks away and he says, "I saw nothing." And Brilwyn sort of, she kind of shakes her shoulders and she pulls the blanket around herself and she says, "There was something didn't want us to make port. I'm not going to say what it was or what it wasn't. But there was a ship that was trying to protect the port, it seemed. Didn't want us to make port."
This town is hiding the beast that'll kill every fucking person here.
Ragram looks up and says, "'Twas Umberly punishing us for helping the lot of you, I'm sure of it." And
calm down.
Yeah.
Listen. There's much more going on here than I think you realize. And there's probably a very good explanation. No need to start spouting off wild accusations about what the intentions of the gods are. You don't know. You're just trying to lash out. So calm down.
Avian, I blew that ship to pieces, so if it's back and the crew's not dead, then who else but the bitch queen had something to do with it? Now, whether it has anything to do with you helping us, I doubt. It's probably this port itself.
Right. But trying to think. You said that the beast dabbled in dark things. Perhaps you did blow the ship up. And perhaps one of the things he has managed has allowed for some phantom of that ship and her crew to wander these waters.
It very well could have been Umberly that he was making the sacrifices to. I didn't get to that much information before I just blew the fucker up.
Entirely possible, but it seems as if we know what the terrestrial... Not terrestrial. Look. All I'm saying is that we can get a ship, but how do we know that if we get on that ship that we're not going to sink to the briny deep along with it?
We could always pray to the bitch. Give her an offering. But if she's working with the beast, I don't know how good that will do.
Not unless you're willing to spill some blood, I'm sure.
I've already spilled my own.
Look, we can figure something out, but you all can't stay here, specifically in this room, so we're gonna have to find a place for you to stay.
I know a place where we can most likely spend the night, and I don't know, I'm ready to start gutting people to get any information we can.
Well, we have to make sure that if we leave port somehow, that we're not going to fall prey to the same thing.
If Squall is still on the Sunder, then all you have to do is look for a storm. She can create them, control them. They use the storms to hide and get a good position.
That is assuming it is still a physical thing. And I'll look to Brill and say, when you were attacked, did the sky suddenly become stormy?
The skies were already very stormy. It was hard to tell if it got worse. That storm that night, you saw it. It went all the way towards Provost. Well, past Alcedon at any rate.
I don't know what we're in for here, but something is not as it seems. And I do not want to get on the water if we are not completely prepared. We've come a long way. We've done far too much to meet an end to some fucking ghost ship in the middle of the ocean. It's not how I want to go out.
I don't know what options we have.
Well, we can do a little investigating. You said you have friends. You have some allies here. Perhaps we can start with that. Let's at least get these people safe.
You can say friends. It was two people I was mildly acquainted with in the one night I spent here.
Well, if they're nice, then that's so much better than nothing.
Alright, look. Alright. I think we should go see Welwyn. And then to the crew. He'll say to the southwest of here, there's a farm owned by a woman named Loomis. Tell her that you're friends of Ren the monk, and hopefully she'll remember. And you're hoping to stay in her barn for the night, and hopefully she'll remember me. I imagine she will.
Ren, with your passive perception, as you're saying this, you would notice that Agarwen has left the room.
Okay.
Looking through the doorway, it would appear that he is rifling through some of the Harbor Master's papers very stealthily, and the Harbor Master, you would notice, is trying to surreptitiously lean into the room, kind of eavesdropping.
I'm still in the doorway, by the way.
Okay, yeah, he's like craning like behind Octavian's back, trying to get a listen.
I'll just kind of, without even looking at him, I'm just gonna go.
He kind of like jumps and quickly begins shuffling papers on his desk. Agarwen, you would notice this as well, that he is kind of back with his attention back in the room.
Okay.
Let's get to move on.
Yes. And quickly.
So I'll leave and kind of usher everybody to follow.
Okay.
Before leaving, to the harbor, so so you mentioned needing permission from the Reeve for certain things. If we needed to speak to him, where could we find him?
You're asking the Harbor Master?
Yeah.
He would say... I didn't lose my connection. I'm reading something. What is it? Claridge? No. Right. He would say, the Reeve Cleric, he would be in the guardhouse down by the bridge, most likely. He sleeps there most nights, patrols around. This time of day, you'd probably find him in the pub, or maybe in the green, center of town.
Appreciated it. Thank you.
Of course. I hope I've been helpful. I'll take care of your acquaintances. You can tell he's very nervous.
Don't worry, they'll be out of your hair in a little bit.
He'd say, I pulled a few of them out of the water this morning myself.
You're so kind.
He kind of shoots you a look, Ren, and realizes he shouldn't F with you, and kind of sits at his desk and starts shuffling papers around again.
If no one has any other ideas, I'd make the way to Wellwyn.
Oh yeah, I'm following.
Okay. Ren and Octavian are heading towards Wellwyn Goods. What are Deflator and Agarwin up to?
Actually, Agarwin's standing outside of the Harbor Master's, given his surreptitiously leaving. As they walk out the door, he would go and clear his throat and say, you were looking for a ship, were you not?
Yes. We need to get the hell out of here.
The Emily, if I might suggest. It's not exactly a large ship, but, I do believe it may suit our needs.
If it can hold us and the rest of them, then that is more than enough.
That I'm sure it could go and do. Do we want to purchase our passage, or borrow it?
Let's say we can ask the Harbor Master who owns the Emily, and
Claridge.
What's that?
The Claridge.
What is the
I don't know who they are. All I know is it says Claridge, near the name of the ship.
We'll meet Claridge, and if they seem the useful sort, I'm sure we have enough gold to offer them something. And if not, we'll take the fucking boat.
For some reason, I feel like Claridge is a goblin.
As you say this, Agarwin simply goes and grins, and kind of shrugs a little bit and follows along behind you guys, following in your wake.
We have one stop to make, I think.
As you approach Wellwyn's Goods, winding up the hill, you would pass what looks like a rather busy tavern with the sign that says the Devil's Respite. You would also pass the Custom House, which appears to be another office building. You would pass a few other homes as you make your way up the hill, which is reasonably steep, until you come to a log cabin type building. It has a red tile roof, and the sign out front would say Wellwyn Goods.
Does it appear open?
Yes.
Okay, then I will be the first to enter.
As you walk in, the assault on your senses is astounding. The smells of ammonia, vinegar, lilac, and cheese comes from all directions at once, as along with the sounds of birds chirping. It appears as though you see a female halfling behind a counter. You would also notice a number of hunting trophies lining the walls. And there's a few chairs and tables scattered about with containers of what you can only assume are chemicals stacked in the corner.
An interesting menagerie of smells.
Garwin takes a step towards the door, wrinkles his nose, turns around and walks away.
Octavian, as you approach, the halfling would step up onto a stool to look over the counter at you and say, welcome to Wellwinds. What brings you into town?
A friend. I'll kind of look over to Ren.
Elwyn himself brought us. Well, is why we're here now. Is he around?
Oh, I think he's down at the pub. Is there anything I could help you with?
I was here, maybe 10 day and a half ago. I had been dropped off rather brusquely, and I met Wellwyn just on my way through the town and out of it. And just wondering if, I was hoping to speak to him.
So, well, he should be back any time now. You're welcome to wait. I could put some tea on.
Well, if this is his shop and if you're offering anything, I'd at least like to take a look at what you have.
Certainly. And she...
I would as well. I have quite a bit more coin than I did my first pass through here.
Yes. You would see a menagerie of goods. Right on the counter, you'd see some jeweler's tools, an exquisite necklace and some earrings. You'd also see several bundles of incense, quantities of rope hung up. You'd see leather workers' tools, and you'd also see some different items which you could presume could possibly be magical in nature. She'd say, is there anything specific you're looking for?
I, for one, am looking for weapons of sorts. Do you have anything interesting in that regard?
She looks you up and down and says, I'm assuming two-handed sword for you.
Actually, no. Motioning to my my one-hander. I'm more adept at the what is it called? The sword and board. Yes.
Of course. And she would. 1 second. She would pull out from under the counter 2 different shields, and she would put them on the counter. She'd say, "This one actually was created across the sea, a small town called Poem. They say it was crafted by the wood elves themselves."
What does it do?
She would say that it is actually a shield. She would say it will protect you more so, absorbing the blows from your enemies, more so than what you have now, I have to assume. And you would is Deflator in there or no?
Not right now,
Okay.
but we should probably be heading there soon.
Yeah, I mean,
I mentioned we were moving as a group, so I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. I think Agarwin is standing outside because the smell is offensive. Ren and Octavian walked in. Would Deflator stay outside or have gone in?
I'll go in.
Okay. You would recognize this as just a simple shield, roughly in the shape of a kite with some strange runes on it, and it is a shield +2.
Whoa, okay. I like that. All right, that is interesting. What is the second one?
She would hold it out, and you'd see that there's actually hold on a second. You'd notice that it looks like a regular shield, except it actually has like what looks like a carving of a face on the front. And she would say, this is an interesting one. I'm not sure where it came from. The seller seemed rather keen to get rid of it. And she picks it up, and she kind of stumbles under the weight. It's very heavy for her, but she's able to kind of wear it. And she sticks her tongue out at you, Octavian, and the shield does the same. and then she makes sort of like an expression of anger, and the shield and the face on the shield becomes very angry. She says, "My people call it a shield of expression."
An apt name. Well, I'm more interested in the other, but you're certain no weapons, no fancy swords or anything like that.
She'd say, "Weapons, yes. Swords, you're interested in?"
Yes, I'm most adept at with a sword. So, like, the +2 shield sounds really nice, but I kind of want a magic
Damage.
sword. Yeah, I kind of want a magic sword, just for the purposes of overcoming some resistances, just in case. Especially in this place, if we're dealing with a fucking ghost ship.
Well, also we're starting to get into higher levels where a lot of just regular boss creatures have resistance to non-magical damage.
Yeah.
So she pulls out a very wondrous-looking sword. The blade itself is about 4 feet long, and it has a cross guard. The hilt is wrapped in what looks like very fine leather and silk, red and silver alternating. And she says, "This sword is very interesting. Through my testing, I found that it will not only increase your ability to attack and deal damage to your enemies, but if you attack against the undead, it will do even additional damage."
That could have come in handy with what we dealt with last time, but very interesting. Just for the purposes, well, I mean, I'd say, would you mind if I have my associate take a look at it, kind of motioning to Deflator?
Oh, of course. And with that, she would light a stick of incense and place it nearby and kind of waft it and say, this should cover some of that vinegar. I was tinkering with some things earlier. Please forgive me."
Right. Deflator, mind seeing if you can glean some specifics off of it for me?
17.
So it is a it's a +1 sword that would deal an extra 3d6 against the undead.
So, ooh.
Yowza.
So is that kind of like a custom thing?
What's that, Varn?
Is that the corpse? What is it? Corpse Slayer?
I don't know if it's something
Longsword?
official. I've actually got a Dragon Slayer that I'm just reskinning.
There's something like that. But I think it's a longbow, or maybe it's a
There's a
crossbow.
Corpse Slayer is a
There's-
weapon that can be like any other type of weapon.
Is it? Okay.
It's a +1 bonus to damage, but for undead, it does an extra d8.
Oh, okay.
And the creature has disadvantage on saving throws against effects that turn undead until the start of your next turn. But if it's more of just a undead slayer, then I'm sure I could probably custom that in here if need be.
Oh, easily.
And that gives me an opportunity to name it. Whoops. Why did that go away? I'm gonna see if I can find something that's similar to that. If not, well,
If not, let me know, and let me know the details, and I can go and custom create it for you if you need.
yeah, I'm sure
I've
if I
done
can
a
just
fair
make
amount
like
of that.
just the attack or something. Well, if it's an item that needs attunement, I'd probably need an actual custom item for it. Well, anyways, I'll just look through it real quick. How much are you selling this for?
She'd say this. Oh, she says, "This sword. I hate to part with it."
Oh, come on, isn't that the purpose of a shop?
Well, she'd say, It is. I just have grown rather fond. The children would come by, and I would brandish it to them, make them laugh. But I think something like this would be worth at least 800 gold.
With everybody else, like, just so you know, I got 255 on me. That's it.
You have more than me right now.
I have a little over 100.
For what it does, is that price in line, or is that ridiculous?
No, that's
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 about what it
fair.
is. It sounds like a rare weapon, so yeah.
She'd say, if you're looking for something more
alright.
modest, I can see what I have in the back.
What was the price?
800.
Oh, fuck.
I think I found a use for the bag of beans.
Yeah, hey, I have no problem with fucking up this town.
Well, I mean, you could just buy it and you sell it to somebody else,
1,000 years
Here.
from now. Mummy, why is there a big pyramid where Aaronsport used to be? Oh, don't worry.
Honestly, at this point, that might be an improvement.
Yeah, that's what I was.
A
My
Garmin.
client might have something that he can offer you that isn't money.
What was the girl going to say?
A Garmin goes and he steps in, but he's actually going and covering the scent in the room, at least around him, with the scent of what is it? Lilacs, actually, or no, vanilla. Sorry, vanilla.
Nice.
Yeah, because that cuts. That,
Prestidigitation. I like it.
no, actually, Druidcraft.
Ah, interesting.
So yeah, he's pretty much holding his breath as he comes in, but he does have the scent of vanilla around him to try to cut some of the scent in the room. And he goes and takes a look over your shoulder and goes and says, "What's the holdup?"
I'm just doing a little shopping. That's all. Well, what were you gonna say something?
If you're in a hurry, you don't need to wait for us.
Oh, he's holding his breath at the moment.
Ms. Welwyn would say, I do have one other thing might be of interest to you, and she pulls another sword out. As she touches the hilt, it appears to begin to glow, filling the room with what appears to be moonlight in a roughly 30-foot radius. She'd say, this sword also will certainly hit harder, and as you can see, it actually emits moonlight as well. They call this the moon-touched sword.
Ooh,
Or the Sword of Saloon.
it's a moon touch sword.
Yes, so that would be a +1 sword that emits moonlight in a 30-foot radius.
That is interesting, but I can already see in the dark, and I can emit light on a whim, and I'll just kind of snap my fingers, and a little ball of light appears on the tip of my finger,
And so
and it
with
goes
this,
away.
she takes the sword and she kind of tosses it back in the box, and she says, "Well, aren't we special?"
Well, I'm just saying, but I am still very interested in the other one.
Oh well.
It is a great item. It certainly will do well for somebody else, but not exactly for me. But for that one, the other one, I'm very intrigued. Though, hold on, my cat's whining at me. Give me a second.
Sure. Crack open a can of that fancy feast.
He's already. Hey, it's just being annoying.
It's a cat. What do you want?
So
Now, don't forget you do have the potion, or the 2 potions that Varn gave you.
I gave the
Oh, that's right.
Deflator. Well, I did acquire these, and I'll pull out the bag of beans. It's very tight, like it's like knotted. The string on it's knotted like almost 3 times. Go. This item, well, from what I understand, it is full of magic beans. Now, hold on. I understand that sounds a bit fanciful, but I have seen this thing do incredible things. It's in a bit of frustration, its previous owner threw one on the ground, and a burrowing creature with a mouth as large as your torso erupted from it, and we killed it. But it can sprout
It's a
plants.
man. Some of the creature that's going to murder you.
Yeah, but it can also summon, what is it? It also has the ability to grow a tree that will spawn mystical fruits from it, as well as many other things. I'm sure I've had it appraised by a few people, and it seems as if it is quite. What's the word I'm looking for? Varied in its applications, but I have no need for such things. I'm not putting down roots anytime soon, so I'm looking to offload it.
At this, the door behind you swings open, and Ren, you would recognize Mr. Welwyn, who appears to have entered. And he would say, "Oh, 4 customers! Isn't this nice?" And he looks over at Ren and says,
And let's say when he gets there, Ren would say, "Welwyn, how did you enjoy that Neverwinter whiskey?"
"Say, oh, it was fine. It was fine. I'm saving the rest of it for a special occasion."
To hear, I'm glad it was to your tastes.
No, I think it would be to anyone's taste, my friend. Ren, was it?
It was.
Good to see
I'm glad you remember.
Good to see you again. And then Mrs. Welwyn says, "Darling, this is a friend of yours. Well, he's trying to sell me some magic beans." And Welwyn looks up and says, "Come now, Ren, I thought we were friends."
They're not my magic beans, but, well, he says they're magic. I don't know.
Believe me, Ren, if you went along with me on that little adventure, you'd be wanting to get rid of them as well. But they can do things that are useful. Just not useful for me.
Was that just you and Deflator went on that?
Yeah, it was just me and Deflator.
Oh, that's right.
So at least Deflator can vouch for me.
And Elise. Yeah. So Welwyn would actually attempt to take the bag from you, Octavian, to look at it. Do you
it is.
Do you resist, or what do you do?
I will carefully hand it to him and just say, "Very careful. I've tied it a lot, but please be careful."
He kind of takes it, he puts it on the counter, unties it gently, looks in, and says, "I've heard rumors of something like this. There was some hint on the coast to have a fruit tree now. Isn't that right? Lingenhall.
Yes,
wasn't it?
Lingenhalls. They was one of the last things that was pulled out of this bag, and it grew a fruit tree for them.
Oh. And what else does it do? Is it always fruit trees?
There are other things it does. One of the things we encountered was a. I did not catch the name of the creature, but it's some sort of large burrowing creature with a big mouth. Quite nasty, but nothing compared to mine and my friend's skill. Pointing over to Deflator.
Ms. Welwyn laughs and says, "Oh, you'll love that because you've got a big mouth. Maybe you two can be friends."
At that, Agarwin goes and scoffs and starts chuckling, but then rushes outside to go and get a breath of fresh air.
But I am very interested in your sword here that is effective against undead creatures, and I was hoping to offer this in a little bit of trade, just so that I'm not out all of my money.
He'd look at it and say, "I don't know. I'll give you. I mean, seems dangerous."
Well, how about this? Buy it, hold on to it, sell it to somebody else. Once they have it, it's not your problem.
And he'd say, "Yeah, all right. Maybe the children down by the docks can play with it."
Perhaps. It's just very, very like there is so much like maybe not entirely. Perhaps sell it to somebody who will know what to do with it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's a port town. You get all sorts of people coming through.
Not anymore.
Join my conversation.
So he would say, "Oh, you like the undead slayer?"
Very much so.
Say, well, that's 1,000 gold. So I mean, I'll give you 100 for the beans. We'll call it 900. And he puts his hand out.
I was told 800 by your wife.
And he kind of shoots her a look and says, "All right, listen." He says,
Well, when would you do that to a friend?
"He'd say, well, what can you pay for the sword?"
From me alone, 255. But from my friends, I'm not entirely sure if they'd even be willing to contribute to my deficiency.
Oh, maybe you should have done some more jobs for the cheese right before we set out.
That guy can go fuck himself.
He kind of shoots you a look and says, "Language, there's ladies present."
Oh, my apologies. He can go screw himself.
That's much better. And then Mrs. Welwyn says from behind the counter, "Oh, the cheese right? No, he can fuck himself."
See?
Welwyn just rolls
Great
his eyes.
minds think alike. Thank you, miss.
He says, "I'll tell you what." She says, if you're a friend of my Welwyn's, you keep your beans, 500 gold."
Well, I can do half of that. Just out of character. I can do half of that. If anybody else is willing to contribute, I would very much appreciate it.
Now, yeah, go ahead.
I can pitch in 100.
Appreciated. I will add, just so I can keep track of the total.
Ren will pull out that piece of amber gemstone that he found
Oh.
and kind of put that on the counter.
Will that make up the difference? It's a very nice piece.
The amber?
Yes. See, you told me it was worth about 100.
Okay. Yep. So yeah, she would eyeball it and say, "That's worth about 50 gold, I'd say."
It's kind of so Ren doesn't really know. So can I insight check that?
Sure. I mean, you can also roll persuasion and tell her what you want.
I'm better at insight, but not
Yeah, it
much.
seems like she might be lowballing you a bit.
I think you can do a little better than 50 for the gemstone.
Roll persuasion.
Ooh.
Okay. She'd say 75.
It sounds a bit more fair. I like it.
Still short about 70. Deflator?
I'm trying to think if there's like a side quest he can send you on to get some gold.
I mean, I'll also give him my old sword, so if that'll make up like
So yeah, I think that
15.
it'd be worth more than that. I think your standard longsword is what, 100 gold?
No.
It's
Oh?
15 by what D&D Beyond says.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Is it from like Vanador or anything? Or
Yeah,
is it
no, longsword is 15.
It is
And when-
Vanadori, so
Yeah, I mean, if you can talk it up that it's from the Empire, they might give you, might be able to.
I'll just look it up. Well, I appreciate my contributions, and how about this? To make up the last little bit here, I will give you my old sword. It is very well taken care of, well maintained, and is a relic from Vanador in my time as one of their praetors, as you can see here by my capelet. It has seen me through many good battles, service to the Emperor and his children, but I think replacing it with such an item that you are offering, well, it is something I am willing to part with, if need be. And it is actually fairly nice looking. It's just
Yeah.
not magical.
Yeah, he would nod and say, "Okay, the sword. Throw in the beans, and you've got a deal."
And I very quickly pull the beans out and slap them on the table, like, done, thank you.
As you do this, one bean roll. No.
No, it's nodded 3 times.
Great. So, how much gold total? So it was the beans, the sword, the gemstone, and how much gold?
350, I believe.
Okay.
No, by my count, because you gave me 100, and then
I gave you
added-
100. You've
Yeah.
got 250. Then there was the 75 from the amber piece.
Yeah, so 500 minus 75 minus 250.
Minus 100.
100 for the sword, and then I guess so it's 75 for the beans.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what the hell like PDF I'm looking at, but I've got this PDF. It says bag of beans, 4,200 gold. I'm like, that doesn't sound right.
They're a fairly rare magic item, so
they're technically a rare item, but I mean, like, magic item prices are so subjective.
Yeah, that's true.
It's very much based. Magic items are almost always based off of your setting, generally.
Now, you never asked how much the +2 shield was.
That's fair, but at this point, I'm more interested in getting a good weapon.
Oh no, I know. I'm just like OOC. I was gonna start that at 1,000.
Oh, yeah, no.
I mean, but like.
Well, it's fair. It's a fair price, but
yeah,
it's a fair price for a +2. Hell yeah, but. All right. But yeah, if you could give Vorm the details on that so you could make the item, that way I can add it here properly.
Sure thing. Thanks, Vorm.
Yeah, no problem.
Magic weapon. Now I need to start coming up with names for it. I have to pull up the Latin Google Translate. That's probably what I'm gonna do.
Glad we were able to do some business, and I'll pull out the little ivory statue. Like, I appreciate this as well. It's come in handy a couple times. Then put it away.
Are you just showing it to them?
Yeah, just like you know, like a callback sort of deal.
Oh, okay.
Keep conversation going with the well ones.
Oh, is that where you got that from?
Yeah, I traded the whiskey for it.
It feels like it was so long ago.
It was so long ago.
Well, one would say, has it served you well? It works all right.
Yes, used it a couple times in 10 situations. I was wondering if, you know, we've done some shopping, but I was wondering if you might be able to offer some information.
You'd say, information is one of our biggest commodities.
Well, this might be a bit difficult. Are you aware of the ship that went down off the coast a day or so ago?
Oh, it seems as though there's a ship going down every few days, at least once a week.
Aye. This was the one with yellow sails, and it was our friend's ship.
Oh, were there many survivors?
Not as many as we'd like.
He kind of looks down sadly.
They said that they were attacked.
Attacked by whom?
A ship that came out of the storm. And this entire time, like, I am just, like, staring at him hard.
Mm-hmm. Oh, are you holding the stone?
No, I'm just staring him down.
Oh, okay.
Although maybe I should be.
I was gonna say, damn, you're using his own stone against him. Shit.
No, not yet. I'm just gonna stare him down.
Sure.
Like I went from, like, you know, very nice and jovial to just, like, steel look.
Okay. What are you asking again?
I'm just, like, kind of slowly inching the conversation there. It said that they were attacked by a ship that came out of the storm.
He would say, well, he would get a little nervous, and he'd say, he's kind of leaning close to you, Ren, kind of trying to take you aside a bit, and he'd say, there's some that say that they've seen ghostly ships in the harbor. I don't put much stock in it. I think some of the humans here, no offense, they get a little wrapped up in this Umberly business, but I just keep my head down, stay out of trouble, just mind my own business.
I'll head down and still hear things that I need to know.
He'd say, well, this town has no shortage of gossip, but I don't know what would be of interest to you.
I need to know what destroyed that ship.
he'd say any ship that goes down around here, it's just the it's that bitch queen that they talk about. And Mrs. Welwyn kind of shoots him a look and says, "Come now, Welwyn, shouldn't we be, shouldn't we get back to work soon here? That's enough idle gossip."
I don't even look at her. I just keep staring down Welwyn. Like the bitch has her devices.
Do you wanna roll something?
Yeah, I could roll intimidation.
Sure. I thought you guys were friends, but I guess not.
There's yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, he would say. Just 1 second. He'd say, look. Every so often, the Reeve is trying to figure out what's got Umberlee so pissed off. He's trying different things, trying to figure out, well, what'll make her happy. And Mrs. Welwyn comes up from behind the counter and kind of grabs his arm and says, "That's enough. You won't be talking about the Reeves business. We're not going to get involved in this." And he says, "Quite right. Look, and he kind of looks at you a little colder now. He says, "Look, Ren. Anything else?"
I'm just wondering how hard he's gonna push.
Make a percentile roll on your own if you want.
Nah, I don't do that. I'm gonna.
I mean, Octavian would be in here, so maybe he would just look and go, "Ren, leave it be. Perhaps we should go talk to the Reeve. We have to talk to the Reeve anyways."
All right. It was good to see you again. Sorry for being so brusque. Just there's something quite not right here.
He kind of breathes like a little bit of a sigh of relief, and he says, "What about you have a drink of that whiskey with me? A little taste of home will ease your senses."
It's a kind offer. I'll accept.
Great, yeah. So he pours 2 shots of the Neverwinter whiskey, and he downs his.
I'll take mine.
And then he kind of begins to busy himself cleaning the counter, and he hangs that +2 shield up, which Octavian is just gorgeous. It's in like a kite shape, and it has this very delicate kind of like leather banding around.
I don't have any money, you asshole.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Ren will just much more casually ask the Reeve. I've never met the man. Given that the way that people talk, it seemed like he was a difficult man, and one that seemed to be more restricted than helpful. Is he truly trying to make this place better?
He would say, "Oh, the Reeve's all about safety and order. Safety and order. I just saw him, actually. He's at the Claridge place. He's talking to Mrs. Claridge, taking her statement about something. She's raving about something." And then Mrs. Welwyn says, "Always raving about something, that one is." And he gestures out, out the window in this direction.
I appreciate it, and thank you for your help.
I'd say, come back and see us again, and I'll make sure to keep these beans away from the kids. I can't believe you made me buy magic beans.
She throws them out the window.
Yeah, he kind of laughs.
They're tied up tight.
Just give a nod and walk out.
Like, for me, that's one of the most fun quests. For me, I really enjoyed that with the statue and the bullet and the tree and everything.
It was great, but it was like
tic-tac-toe.
Yeah, kind of. Great, yeah. So as you exit, you are looking right across at sort of a large green area with a building, which looks to be some sort of like a rundown town hall sort of directly across the street. You would notice that it is boarded up, actually. This building right here, there's a sign on the front of it that says "Pray for Mercy," and there's actually kind of like ashes and burnt wood around. And you would see sort of like a green here with some trees that have turned white with the light snow. And you see a couple of people, not many, but you see a couple of people kind of walking up and down the streets this way and that. If you were to look across, you would see what looks like a very large church and then some other different farms and estates and things around you.
Well, this Claridge is the name that our new acquaintance gave us. And the Reeve is there, and we might need to speak to him. Do we just interrupt?
So hold on. All that we saw was over here by this place.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to intrude, but if we can at least catch one of them when it is all over.
Ren's gonna kind of like go up like near the door and try and just listen to what the conversation is inside.
Sure, go ahead and roll perception, I think. Okay. You would overhear a slight conversation. You would hear a woman with a raised voice talking about how she saw... where is it? She saw someone dragging a body. She says... that Dawson was dragging a body. I swear it. I know what I saw. And you hear a man's voice trying to calm her down, and he's trying to like take her statement. And you would and as he's sort of talking to her, it looks like he's getting ready to leave, and it looks like he's about to come out the door.
I guess we'll. Is anyone else with me?
Yeah, sure.
After a
Yes,
minute or so.
Catch him now.
1 second.
Does this man look like he's armored like a guard or something?
1 second.
Okay.
I don't know why attaching that to the two-handed, but not the one-handed. But
Well, it's because it's a one-handed weapon, so it's always going to roll the one-handed or the two-handed.
yeah, but when it's rolling the extra D6, it's going and attaching it only to the two-handed, which is kind of weird.
Huh.
It could just be how it does it, considering it's. I mean,
I'm wondering if it is. Yeah.
I mean, because the 3d6 would be the same regardless of which side it's rolled on.
That's true. I don't know if that's the name that you want to go with, but I just threw something in there because it needs a name to give it a start. But that should, I believe, go and do it.
So if I just search...
If you run a search for Corpus, there should be two different versions. There's one that is a non-undead strike that is just a +1 weapon, basically.
Mhm.
And then there's the undead strike, which has the extra D6 that gets applied.
Is it only a D6? I thought LSA...
Or it's the 3D6, sorry.
Okay. Okay. Do they require attunement?
It doesn't have it set as requiring attunement, but
Okay.
do we need to go and have that, Alice?
No.
All right, so yeah.
Sweet.
Basically, it's set up the same way that I set up my my sharpshooter's weapons.
Okay.
So you've got a standard one, and then you've got your bonus damage version as well. So just swing the right one when you need it.
Yeah.
So exiting the building, you would see sort of like an abnormally tall man. He's wearing sort of tight-fitting clothing, which kind of accentuates how tall he is. His whole body is actually kind of muscular as well. He's got white hair, which is drawn into sort of like a ponytail. And his eyes are sort of hazel, and his teeth, as he comes out, he kind of grits his teeth, and you see that they're kind of yellowed and chipped.
Pale.
Yeah,
Human?
What?
Or say human?
Yes, human. He's got some parchment under his arm. He does have a one-handed sword on his hip, and he's wearing. He has like this emblem sewn into his jacket. It appears to look rather official. As he walks out, you would see an older woman sort of step out following him and say, I'll see Dawson get the bitch's justice. Mark my words. If you don't do it, I will. And he turns and says, Norma, go inside, have some tea and relax. I'll look into it. And she sort of begrudgingly turns and goes in, and as he walks by, he would notice you and say, step aside now, step aside.
Super quick. When I was staying in the Loomis barn, whereabouts did I see that group of townsfolk gather?
Right here.
Okay, we're in the greens. Okay.
It was, and I want to mention, Ren, you would remember that when you were here, the old meeting place was open. It wasn't boarded up with, like you see it now.
Oh, it's boarded up now?
Yep, and there was a sign, there was something scrawled into the side of it that said, what did it say? It says, pray for mercy, and you would notice some sort of ashes and some burnt wood around the front of it. You would have noticed it when you came out of Wellwinds.
Oh, you were seriously giving me some super fucking Call of Cthulhu vibes right now, man.
Oh, really?
Sib's taking a break. Somebody's got to do it.
This is strongly based on two things, which I'll tell you later.
Reno kind of like stand like still right in his way. Like, are you the Reeve?
He would say, yes, you've got something to report?
I didn't get a chance to meet you the last time I was through. I've heard a bit. Some things about curfews and needing your permission for everything.
He'd say, Mem Cleric, Reeve here in Aaronsport. Safety and order, safety and order.
It's a good motto.
It keeps our people safe.
How safe? I heard I couldn't help but overhear something about a body being dragged.
It's just more gossip. Norma, that's Norma Claridge there. She's always coming up with some story. Thinks she saw Vic Dawson dragging a body across the green last night. That's his place across the way, and he kind of points over in this direction. Says, I know he's had something of a feud with the Hammets. I think the last time I checked, Dawson's daughter, Hammett's son had an interest in Dawson's daughter, but I can't get involved in this teenage drama, believe me.
Where can we? Actually, that's another side thing. Where could we find Hammett? We kind of came from the woods to the west, and we met some family of his. That's just to check in on the old man.
Hammett. Well, he runs the mill down a ways, but he's got a little farmhouse in this direction. He points right up the hill.
Oh, good. Well, back to my point. That's odd. I mean, I was only briefly here for one evening when my boat dropped me off, and I left for Arvis. I don't remember the meeting place being closed down.
He would look and say, well, it's needs to have some repairs done. We'll have to get to it in the spring.
But I'm also, well, just distressed. I mean, this place seems to be quite down on its dumps, and for being safe and all that, it's, I don't know, not comforting. I mean, there were rumors in Sinos that not a 10-day past, one of the guards went missing.
He'd say, they're talking about that in Sinos, are they?
Oh, I just briefly overheard something, a few days ago. We travel around, our Russ and Sinos in the hold.
He would say, I investigated that, and best we could come up with was that that he got drunk, fell in the water, and got eaten by a fish.
Well, that does happen a lot, I know.
Not as often as you'd think in this town. He's kind of impatiently looking around, and he's kind of sizing the four of you up.
Well, what brought us here this time was we were going to meet a boat, and that boat ended up in the water, under the water.
He'd say, if it was Umberlee's will, I won't question it. Hail, Umberlee.
Well, the bitch gets her way, doesn't she?
as she should. As she should. He seems a little nervous.
I'm making an insight check on him.
Sure.
15?
Yeah, I mean, he is not telling you any lies, but it doesn't seem like he's telling you everything.
Listen, my good man, this is not my first time around the block, as the kids say. But be straight with us. We're people that can help, if need be.
He would say, well, he'd say, well, we've done our best to keep things safe. Just best to stay in. I tell everyone it's best to stay in their homes. Mustn't tempt the bitch queen. Mustn't tempt her.
People hiding in their homes does not make for a busy and successful port town.
He'd say he'd say usually when we have a long winter, people tend to go a little stir crazy. It seems that this year people are going mad a little bit earlier than I would expect. There's one fellow. Well, he kind of reconsiders telling you a story, and he'd just say, "It's nothing. A few pints of ale won't clear up, I'm sure." He's kind of like rubbing his belly as he's kind of looking around, wondering how much longer this is going to take.
It's going to take a while.
Listen, Mr. What was his name?
Mem Cleric. I'll just type that in. And
listen,
Octavian, if you want to roll like a history or something.
Sure.
Great. So you would know that in a town like this, looking at this man, this isn't some great official. This is just someone who took this job, basically, an overpaid guard, and he's just trying to hold it together.
A Captain Cedric.
Kinda, yeah. This isn't some, great nobleman or some very powerful person. This is just a regular guy who they give a badge to.
Well, I'm just wondering, I mean, the bitch has a whole ocean, has many oceans to reap her wrath. Solar wrath, whatever. Why is she so focused here?
We've always had a shrine to Umberlee here. Those fools in Provost, they tend to follow the captain, Valker. But I think we've always gotten it right. Why we have to face her wrath.
And yet their ships aren't sinking just outside of port. Odd.
Don't remind me, he says.
Well, I'm worried about not the storms, but what's in the storms. There's been rumors that there's some kind of ghost ship that's haunting your harbor, sinking the ships. I want to pull out the ivory statue.
Ooh. He would say, There've been a few who've said to see a ghost. Now, don't tell me that you've seen them too.
I believe that people are seeing something.
I think that I think they're seeing this something when they've had a few too many of those pints I mentioned before. And Ren, you would notice that the statue turns a shade darker.
And that's bad, right? That means he's a lion.
Yeah.
I'll kind of see that and just say. And yet, the people who are our friends, the people who survived the latest wreck, not a drop of ale to be found.
He rolled a perception. Notices you, Octavian. Kind of drew his attention to the figurine and says, "What are you casting spells here? We can't have any of that."
No magic, sir. No magic.
No spells here. Just a little token. It's a good luck charm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you'll need it. You'll need it. Are you looking for passage? Where? Across to Eastbridge, or where are you trying to get to?
Back
Would it
around
matter?
Robos, probably.
Would it matter with these harbors? Can you trust a ship to get out?
A ship or two has made it through. It seems to be Umberly's capricious, as you know, whatever mood she's in.
A ship or two out of however many is not good odds. And I'm not a gambler.
This is why I work on the land. He kind of gives you a nervous chuckle.
And normally do I, but my business, our business, takes us across the sea.
He'd say, "So if you're trying to get to Provost, what are you dallying about here? I'll escort you across the bridge if you want to get there."
We don't have time to go that far around. And I don't know how much news you get in this place, but passing through Hannonhold is not advisable right now.
He'd say you'd be fine as long as you follow the abbot's commands and you keep tear in your heart at all times. And he kind of rolls his eyes a little bit. He says, "You'll be fine. You just fake it as you go through."
I kind of look over to Ren and just say, I don't know how much more we can get. We get the sense.
I doubt much like this.
Listen, Mr. Reeve, we would very much like to get across the water, but we need more than well wishes and a few offerings to a god to get to prove that it will be safe. But if you are willing to let us pass, we'll let you know when we are ready to leave.
He'd say, "Of course, but there's no room in the inn. You'll have to leave by nightfall."
I'm sure we can find something.
You have many guests at the inn in this town?
He'd say,
Strange, considering that your port is not very active. Must be a small inn.
He'd say, "I need to get back to the guardhouse. I need to fill out some forms."
Do you want me to stop him, Ren?
No.
Okay. It's gonna do the whole hand, as he passes by, hand on the chest, whoa.
And then,
Where do you think you're going, buddy?
Deflator pops the glaive into existence, lops his hand off at the wrist.
We know. And as he leaves, Renner's like, we know where to find him if we need him again.
Yeah, he sort of
True.
He sort of scurries away. For someone so tall and kind of built, he's got sort of a steely expression, but you guys sort of rattle him a bit. He kind of
it's probably because he's already rattled by something.
He kind of scurries away.
They're not telling us everything, and honestly, someone like him, they just give him a little bit of authority. He's not really he has authority, but that authority is given to him by somebody else, and he's not really that important.
Yes, but anyone that knows anything is. I want to speak to this Claridge, and then perhaps pay this Dawson a visit, and
Right.
Right.
Well,
That's
follow your lead. Where's Garwin, by the way? Is he still behind us?
Yeah, he's standing there, pretty much just observing.
I'll just quietly say to Octavian, "This shadow worries me."
Wait, did you say his shadow worries
No,
you?
this shadow worries me.
Has it ever been that color before?
What?
Are you talking about the?
No,
Talking about me.
He's talking about the Garwin.
Oh. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's just. We have bigger things to worry about right now.
I think we have an eldritch cult to murder. And we'll go up and knock on the Claridge door.
Oh. Okay. As you do, you would hear the woman's voice you heard before call out and say, "Now listen here, Reeve. And seeing you and say, "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were the Reeve."
No, but we happened to be passing by, and just barely overheard your conversation, and being concerned citizens of the island, and I noticed that he didn't seem to pay you much mind, but I was wondering, I mean, talk of a body, mysterious figure dragging a body sounds like it should be taken with more concern.
She'd say, "Thank you. That's what I was trying to tell him."
Would you mind telling us?
And then she kind of eyes you suspiciously. Could you roll a persuasion?
Sure. Yeah, that's about right.
She'd say, "What are you, some gossips from Provost? What are you doing asking questions around here?"
Concerned passersby.
Ma'am, I be honest with you, this isn't the first night I've spent in this town. The first one I was kindly given shelter in a barn, and one thing I saw was a very concerning group of people in the green, meeting together in the cover of night with torches and arguing. That was, 15 days ago now. I don't know, I've lost count.
Yeah.
And, upon returning now, I see this place in much more even dire state. The meeting hall is closed. People seem even more worried and scared, and my friend's ship was just torn asunder. I'll actually emphasize torn asunder off the coast. So we're very concerned about what's going on here.
She eyes you and she says, "I remember you."
Do you?
She'd say, "Wait, hold on now. You're." Yeah.
I'm not wearing my robes.
Right, but you said that you stayed here a few weeks ago in a barn, right?
Yeah, in Loomis Field.
Yeah, but yeah, I know. You didn't tell her. You didn't say Loomis, but I think she's pieced it together. She says, "You're the one." She said, You stayed with that Becca Loomis, didn't you?"
She was kind enough to let me sleep in the barn, but considering the inn seems to be at capacity with nobody inside.
She'd say, I don't like the way you're asking lots of questions. Becca got what was coming to her, and you will too if you keep snooping around."
Are you referring to her husband?
He'd say, "Huh." He'd say, "I didn't. Never made his way home, did he?"
And why is that something she deserves?
She would say,
Can I make an insight check on her real quick? I just want to know.
Sure.
I just want to see, like, is she saying these sort of things under duress, or is she like legit being a crazy person?
"Sure."
20.
You're
total.
getting, you based on everything you've seen, you're getting the impression she is the neighborhood gossip. She's always looking out her windows, seeing what everybody's doing. I don't know if you're, I don't know if you remember Bewitched. You remember the lady across the street?
I've never seen that.
Yeah, that's
Oh my
kind of,
god.
that's kind of an old
you
reference. Abner.
Right? Oh god.
Yeah, she's just a nosy lady who's in everybody's business. She's got nothing else to do. You don't see anybody else in the house.
Where's everyone currently standing?
Probably on her porch, probably.
Yeah.
Okay. Octavian, you're gonna feel a slight tap on the back of your armor.
Right on your back.
Huh? It's so Garwin's cast his mage hand and he's tapping the back of your armor with it. Waiting to go and see your response.
Which side is it? My left or my right side?
It'd probably be your right.
And you're standing like right behind me.
He's probably about 5-10 paces behind you. Yeah.
I'm probably just gonna turn the opposite direction and kind of, acknowledge that you're tapping me.
So Agarwin isn't gonna say anything, but he's gonna kind of go and gesture with his chin, towards the Devil's Respite. I believe that's the inn in the town, correct?
Correct.
So he's gonna kind of gesture towards the Devil's Respite with his chin, and he's actually gonna go and head towards, start walking slowly towards the Hammetstead, and begin arcing his way around towards the inn. He's basically going and just letting you know that he's headed that way.
Okay.
He's gonna go and start kind of snooping around at the
Scout.
inn. Basically, yeah.
Okay.
And just so you know, so like Hammetstead is kind of up on a hill a little bit. So like if you were to walk around this way, you would just kind of have to like scramble down the hill down towards the shore.
No, so he's basically just kind of going and heading kind of off that kind of direction.
Yeah, it's gonna
but he's-
loop around her house, basically.
Yeah, he's looping out. He's heading towards Hammetstead, but he's gonna kind of loop around and essentially he's gonna go and hook behind Smythe Sails.
Yeah.
And head towards the respite there.
Yeah. So you'd be able to make it, but like, did you see these lines I drew? Like, I'm not a good artist, but like those are like ridges.
Yeah.
Kinda. Yeah.
That's fine. He's fairly acrobatic, so he's
Yeah.
should be all right.
Yeah. You'd have no problem.
So yeah, he's headed that way.
Okay. So she would say, "Old Mr. Loomis, I think the bitch took him, but I think
You said it was deserved.
I think he got off easy though. He didn't have to see what his wife had become.
What do you mean by that?
You don't know?
We just got here.
Ha! Becca Loomis was a witch."
Kind of roll my eyes a little bit. What makes you think that?
They caught her casting spells, doing her conjuring. We thought that Umberly was punishing us because we were harboring her. So
Clearly, things haven't worked out all that well. People are still going missing, and people are still getting shipwrecked.
say, well,
Perhaps
that
you got
was
the wrong person.
You'd say, or there was another one, more likely.
Ah, yes, that argument. That one always works out well for people. And I'm gonna walk away.
Is Miss Loomis still in town?
She'd say, she'd kind of snicker and she'd say, "Why don't you go see for yourself?" And she tries to slam the door.
I would slam the door right back.
Oof. I hope you guys know, like out of character, like it's hard for me to be so mean. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Doing fine.
You played a high elf that was nice. What the fuck?
I know. I played like the nicest Altmer ever.
I know, it was kind of weird.
Yeah, it's very out of character for an Altmer.
Well, because it was just hard for me to be like a flaming racist. It was just I can't do it.
Yeah. Well, it also doesn't help that a lot of RPGs, it's like, are you going to be a saint or are you going to be literally Satan? Like, there's no in between.
Okay, there's one game where I have no problem doing that, and that's Mass Effect because of the Renegade interrupts.
Well, yeah, but that's because Renegade is meant more as like, yeah, you're kind of an asshole, but you still get results. It's definitely
punching that reporter in the face.
That's the best.
There's that one scene in the first one though where you make the Asari like get down on her knees as you blast her head open. It's just like there's a couple of them.
Yeah, there's some pretty good shit.
Yeah. Anyway,
I got nothing more to say to you. Poof! Push out the window.
Damn.
How about goodbye? God. Anyways, so I'm just gonna look to everybody else and just say, once again, we find ourselves amidst a place that has some sort of cult crap going on. People don't want you to figure out what's going on.
No, the torches!
Going to do everything they can to push blame on other people. It's no different than the Hold. Garwin's going to search. He's going to scout out Devil's Respite. I think we should probably head there. Whatever's going on.
It's not done here.
Oh.
When she tried to close the door, he slammed it back open.
Oh, I thought you slammed it in her face. Excuse me. Sorry.
Well, she went to close and he slammed the door back at her.
I thought you meant that he slammed it shut. Okay. So yeah, so the door, kind of bangs against the wall, leaving an imprint of the handle in her plaster, and she kind of takes a step back with fear in her eyes.
I probably wasn't
stealing that ship,
so I would turn around and be like, "What the fuck?"
Looks like we're stealing that ship, boys.
Is it stealing if the owner's dead?
Grave robbing, technically.
Look, I told you, Ren is ready to gut every person in this fucking village.
He did warn us, yeah.
She'd
Great
say,
answer would be preferred. You seem to love to talk.
I am very close to Ren right now, just in case. Turned back around.
She'd say, what more can I tell you? Get out of my home.
Where is Becca Loomis?
She'd say, well, what would you do with a witch?
Burn them.
And she gives
at this, I'm gonna kind of like light up my leg and send a radiant kick just somewhere random inside her house.
It goes past her right into her china hutch, and there's just dishes and teacups just shattering everywhere.
Little bits of magic don't bother me.
She is in a panic. She's screaming, witchcraft, witchcraft, protect me!
And this, boys, is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah.
Roll an unarmed. Oh dear, she falls to the ground, likely dead.
I mean, it was meant to be non-lethal.
Okay, so yeah, she's unconscious on the ground with like blood trickling out of her mouth.
Damn it.
Well, at least it's not me causing problems this time.
You just beat up an old lady.
Hey, welcome to D&D.
I know.
Look, it's still not as bad as one of my players who literally murdered a little girl.
Jesus Christ.
She was literally like, they kidnapped her. She was like managed to get loose and she was running away. And he just like woke up from his like sleep, and, like pointed, and I'll just blast her in the back.
God.
Wow.
Yeah. Alright, how about this? Ren? I'll imagine kind of motion deflator to come inside a little bit. I'm gonna close that door behind us. I'm gonna pull out some rope and
Did anyone? I'm going to take a look outside. Did anyone seem to notice?
No, there's nobody really walking by.
Runners only die tired.
Okay. I'm gonna say, Ren, help me out with her, and I'm going to kind of prop her up on a chair, and I'm gonna tie her down to it.
Okay.
And once she's done, Um,
I'm not keen on this place, but I still hope we're not resorting to cutting off hands.
no, just going to ask a few questions. And it's like, when you're ready, I can bring her back. And
So
then
we're
basically,
going-
I'm gonna put my hand on her mouth.
Oh, here we go.
Is there
Not
a-
enough to like,
Is there a basement to this place?
yeah. Well, would there be?
If you were to investigate, you would find there's a fruit cellar.
Yeah. Less likely if she screams again to be heard.
Good idea. I'll kind of start dragging the chair.
I
that
find
she's
it.
in.
I find it very ironic that when you met her, she was reporting seeing a body being dragged, and now she herself is a body being dragged.
Yeah, right.
Well, she could have just not been a bitch.
If she's that fucking concerned, she could have just talked to us. But whatever. If she was
Well,
that
she could have,
concerned to talk to the Reeve about it, then she could talk to us. But no.
She didn't offer to help, and then we starts talking shit about the one person in this place who was nice.
Well,
It's like, well,
if Ren rolled above a 5, we wouldn't be in this predicament, would
That's
we?
also
well,
I was trying to think of something I could do to give him advantage, but it probably wouldn't have worked out well anyways.
Yeah, I put my hand on his shoulder. 6.
Yeah.
I put, yeah, he has no charisma, but that's why I put
I believe in you.
proficiency in intimidate, because at least he has that
That's
history.
something.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so we'll kind of.
History, that's good. He's gonna undo the cord around his sleeves.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna drag her down there and maybe have Deflator keep lookout.
Mhm.
And then I'll look to Ren and go, well, you want me to do it?
Sure. Let's see
Okay.
how this goes.
With my hand still cupping her mouth, not like aggressively, just to like block airflow or anything like that. I'm just gonna kind of more gently grab. I'm gonna throw one lay on hands point in there to bring her back.
She kind
Boop
of
her in the nose.
boop. She kind of looks around. She's kind of nervous and not nervous. She's kind of confused, in a daze. As she
Just
kind of
like with my hand still in her mouth, I'm just gonna put a little finger up to my lips just to say, now, listen, I didn't want it to come to this, but you've made things difficult. So we're going to ask you a few questions. Unless you want my friend here to knock you out again.
she kind of shakes her head no. She looks terrified.
I want to hear it. I want to see a yes.
No, I mean, unless you want him to knock you out, and she says no.
Oh, right. Oh, she did, yeah.
I don't know if that's the route we'll go. And he's going to roll up his sleeve, and he's going to start putting on his claw. And I
Well, see, I'm the agreeable one.
Now her
Right.
mouth isn't bound, right? Or is it?
My hand's
Yeah.
cupped in her mouth,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
but it's also, armored. So
Sure.
unless she's keen on chewing through some leather,
No.
now I'm going to take my hand off of your mouth so that you can talk to us. And if you scream, I'm going to put it back on, and I'm going to hold very tightly. Good?
She
I'm gonna wait for
nods.
her to. Okay. Very slowly take my hand off, and then just cross my arms and look at her. What's happened to, was it Mr. or Mrs. Loomis? Mrs.? What happened to Mrs. Loomis?
She says, fear in her eyes. You can see her hands trembling. She says, I didn't do anything.
I'm not saying you did.
They met and they said they can't figure out what Umberly wants, why she's so angry with us. And it must have been because we were harboring a witch. It was a threat to her power.
How can one little witch be so threatening to a god?
Umberly doesn't care about witches. Witches pray to Umberly. They serve Umberly.
She shakes her head and she says, I wouldn't presume to know the motivations of a god.
Everyone in this town seems to, if they're gonna do something to a suspected witch?
She says she was found guilty, and they carried out the punishment. That's all I know. I wasn't there. I didn't do anything.
What was the punishment?
And she would say they burned her at the stake. What do you think they do to a witch?
Doesn't seem like the kind of way to give, I don't know, some sort of homage to a sea god, burning somebody. Not that I'm advocating for such practices, but...
Is she the ash pile near the old meeting place?
She kind of looks at you, and you see like her eyes are tearing up because she's just like terrified. You're standing there with the claw, and she gives like a small nod.
Run's just taking a long, deep breath.
Now. See, was that so hard? For somebody who loves to gossip, you're very hard to talk to.
She'd say, just let me go. I haven't done anything wrong.
No, but somebody in this place has. A
Tell
lot
us
of people probably have.
everything that's been going on here. You seem to love to watch and notice around you. I want to know every fucking detail. I want to know about that body being drugged across the greens. I want to know about the meetings in the green. I want to know why the guard at the bridge was a fucking fish monster.
She says, a fish monster? I don't know anything about that.
I grab her by the throat.
Oh, dear.
And not like squeezing, but just like a tension. Everything.
She'd say,
Talk.
look, every town has its secrets. All the people here, they all have their secrets. The winters are boring. I just watch out the window. I listen. I keep my ears open and my eyes open. That's all I have to do.
You didn't answer his question. Just kind of staring right down at her.
Yeah.
And like Octavian doesn't have like a glare. He just has this kind of like half cocked smile. Like, I'm the good cop here, basically.
Sure.
Twist.
Yeah, I know. I was bad cop the last time, and then Deflator was badder cop. So Deflator was fucking the loose cannon. So I guess, and I'm a part paladin now, so I have to play good cop.
Depends on what your oath's gonna be.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out.
So she'd say, but you know, the ships are still sinking, the storms still come, Umberley is still angry, and we don't know why. There must be something else here.
Kind of look to Ren and just think like a kind of knowing glance, like, I think I know what's wrong.
Because the town is full of murderers who would burn a woman at the stake for no reason.
She says, we thought that Mrs. Loomis killed that Ed Edberg. Cy Winters said he did it, but then there was Ed the next day at church. He was alive. But Cy swears that he killed her. Why would a man confess to a murder for a man who's not dead?
How did that
He's
get pinned?
interesting.
Oh, we'll get there. But how is that pinned on Loomis?
We just assumed that the neighborhood witch was behind it, and she must have been. She must have bewitched that Cy Winters to do it.
To do what when the man isn't dead?
Hold on. That's a lot of leaps in logic. Just straight up. I'm just gonna look to her and say, ma'am, that sounds like something that somebody would just declare, and then everybody goes along with it.
What was the evidence that was provided to her guilt?
He'd say, you'd have to ask the Reeve.
Oh, we'll probably have a chat with him.
I imagine we'll get there. So what was the name of the person? Smythe. Was that the one that confessed to murder? Or
Cy Winters.
Cy Winters.
He
Okay,
confessed.
so Winters confessed to killing Edberg.
Right.
Now, is Ed Edberg the name of the person that other Edberg wanted us to find? Who wanted the deed to his farm?
Yes.
So he
Good memory.
died, but then he lived.
So did Winters say why he killed Edberg?
Would say he caught Edberg, and she kind of looks around and she says, with his wife.
And what happened to Mr. Winters when Mr. Edberg was deemed not dead?
We all just thought that he got drunk and he thought he killed him. What would
Then
you
why
think?
would we kill? Then why would somebody kill Mrs. Loomis then, if no murder took place?
Well, Ed was missing for quite a few days, and he confessed to it. And I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't see everything. It's all just gossip. I'm just an old woman gossiping. You should pay me no mind.
Well, perhaps then you should pay a few travelers who are a bit concerned about the goings-on in the town they'll be staying in no mind. No harm in questions, is there?
No, and she'd say to your other.
Then why were
question-
you being so difficult?
I don't know you. I don't owe you any answers. This isn't your town. You have no business here.
Well, we do have business.
The guard that went missing on the bridge about 10 days ago. What was his name? Surely there was a commotion in the town.
Oh, old York.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, he fell in the water. He did. Drunk he was.
I'm gonna pull out the silver key that I took off his body, and I'm gonna just hold it out to her.
I don't think she wouldn't really recognize it.
Okay. I was trying not quite what happened. Any idea what this might be for? And I'll hold out the key.
She would say, "I don't recognize that key. Maybe it was for the guard tower. He was a guard."
Honestly, that sounds reasonable.
Good. No, that's best. I think we have a few people to go see now. The body that this Dawson was dragging, that was last night.
Yes, I saw him dragging it right across the green. He'd say, "I saw him a few days ago. He had a fist fight at the Devil's Respite with that Cornelius Hammett. And so we've got to. I want to know if we can find Cornelius, because if we can't, I'm sure that was him." He was fist fighting with him not 2 days ago, and last night I see him dragging a body. Well, who would you think it was?
Well, if you didn't get a good look at the body, could be anybody. Doesn't necessarily mean it's him.
She kind of is just confused.
Just saying, if you didn't identify the body, who's to say it was whoever?
Her whole worldview is crumbling down.
Yeah. It's
I think we're almost done.
Yeah.
Traumatizing this horrible woman.
Yeah, we're gonna have to convince her to let me convince her to that we were never here.
Yeah.
For a story.
Question, and what's the condition of your boat?
She'd say, should be ship shape. I pay one of the dock boys to take care of it.
Which dock boy?
Willie.
Good to know.
What business have you had? I'm not taking any charters right now.
Oh, well, that's a shame. I guess we'll have to find another way. I'll put the claw away.
She kind of relaxes visibly.
Then I'm gonna kind of lean down a little closer to her and just kind of look at her. Just say, now. That didn't have to be this hard, Miss Claridge.
She'd say, if you know what's good for you, you'll go right down to the shrine and you'll make an offering now for your souls.
I'll put that on my to-do list now. I am going to untie you soon. But we need to get a few things straightened out before I do.
She interrupts you and she says, yes, I know, this didn't happen, you didn't punch me, and in return you don't tell anyone that I told you anything. Deal?
That's fine. Just say that we came over we talked about
Don't
the
even say
town.
that.
Yeah. Tell him I threw you out and slammed the door in your face, or no one will believe it.
What about your china?
You slipped and fell.
Yeah, I'm getting clumsy in my old age. Now get out of my house!
Very well. You were most agreeable, ma'am.
One real quick question. I'm sure you hear a lot of things. Is there talk of the storms here are pretty bad? Is there talk of something in the storms?
I don't go out at night. I stay in, but I've heard talk. I've heard that some people have seen all manner of strange things. Some people have seen a ghostly ship that sometimes makes port, but it's gone by morning. Sometimes people have seen strange sea creatures washed up on shore. I don't know what to believe anymore.
Anyone in particular said that that you could point out as the one that has said they've seen the ship or seen the creatures?
She'd say, if you went down to the pub, there's always a sailor there telling a tale of that sort.
Good to know.
And I'll finish untying her, and then I'll help her out of the seat. And while I'm holding her hand or her wrist or whatever, I'll just throw 2 more lay on hands points in there just to kind of top her off.
And Ren will strongly resist the urge to punch her in the face again.
You're going to have to resist really hard because she's about to say, and as for my china, a few silver pieces would go a long way.
I'll see. Do I see Ren visibly tense up?
I think that's a small price to pay for the life of Miss Loomis, and you not getting anything more from my hand.
She'd say, if you want to pray for her soul, you can go to what's left of her house.
Did they burn it down?
Of course. Who knows what kind of witchcraft she had in there?
Most likely none.
We'll give her 5 silver pieces.
I mean, to be fair, Ren, you don't know she wasn't a witch.
Well, that is true.
I'm just fucking around. She takes it and she like eagerly waits for you to get the hell out.
As you were, ma'am. And is there like a back door to her house or something?
Yeah, you could probably slip out. This is probably like a side door over here. You could slip out.
Yeah. Let's look to the rest of them. Let's go out the side door, just in case. So
sure. Ren will record his arms, and Ren is going to go to the harbor master.
I'm gonna link up with a Garwin.
Okay.
Just
Ren just really wants to pop in and just check on Brilwyn.
Sure.
And let them know that the Loomis that we'll tell them what happened to Loomis and say if I don't know, maybe they didn't burn the barn.
Acquired a ship. Let's go.
She would say to you, you should go look and see if there's any clues there.
Yes, I definitely am going to do that.
Maybe you can find something that would clear her name, or maybe you'll find what you don't want to see and you'll see some evidence of witchcraft. I didn't know the woman, but it appears as though you trusted her.
I don't even know if I did. She was just the only nice person in this whole fucking town. But I definitely want to speak with the Winters and Edberg and Dawson before we, and I'll Hammett as well.
Just basically everybody in the whole fucking town.
Yeah, pretty much. Ren's ready to just
Everybody's
murder
in on
everyone
it.
until he gets the answers he wants.
As far as I'm concerned, like 90% of everybody in this town is in on it.
I swear to God, it's fucking Innsmouth.
Yeah. You don't belong here, stranger.
We don't take kindly to folks who don't take kindly.
Yeah. Well, not with that attitude. It's amazing what a positive attitude does to the reception that people get and just how your town is.
Mm-hmm.
Strange. What a wild concept.
Yeah, but after that, he'll group back up with Octavian. That would just take like a minute, and then talk to get back with Octavian.
Yeah. So you're all in the Devil's Respite?
We were linking up with a Garwin, so I imagine he's like still outside of it. But
Did Leg go to bed?
yeah,
A while ago.
Oh, I didn't even see it.
yeah,
He was
he has
on
to be
the
early.
Discord
Oh, okay.
like an hour ago.
But you guys want to pause here, or you want to do a little more?
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
either
if
way.
there's- Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, Ren's just going. He's ready for many more rounds of interrogation.
yeah, I'm ready for the guards, quote unquote, to come knocking, and they all turn into deep scions, and we're all fucked.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want a deflator to miss too much.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I kind of want to see what Agarwin was doing, and then maybe we can
Sure.
cut there.
Sure. So, Agarwin, so as you enter the Devil's Respite, you'd notice that this is a dark oak tavern. It stands mere steps from the shoreline. The outside is rotting dark oak, peeling paint, a large heavy sign swinging back and forth on two rusted brass hangers reading Devil's Respite. The street outside is damp as well, and you start to notice a thin layer of salt on your skin. And as you go to open the door, the wood itself seems to have this thin layer of just like slippery stuff on it. As you go inside, you see several wooden tables scattered about the hardwood floor with a large countertop accented with a brass rail behind. Crooked shelves filled with various mason jars and model ships. The proprietor, you would notice a male halfling, gives you a smile and a nod as you walk in. And there's a couple of different patrons seated at the tables scattered around.
Right. I'm going to go and approach the halfling. As I walk up, I go and say, little one. What's good?
He looks up at you and says, more big folk. Grand.
I know. I wish I was about 3 feet taller.
You'd say, what'll you have?
as I asked, what's good?
Oh, he says, I could whip up a lovely egg and ham casserole with potatoes and a tankard of ale.
Take the first part there. Do you have tea by chance?
He says, I can make a pot of tea.
I'll have a pot, yes.
He'd say, 7 silver.
Oh, all right, why not? He goes and pulls out a gold piece and says, "Got change?"
Nods, and he hands you 3 silver back, takes your gold piece.
He goes and is it like a typical bar?
Yeah, it
sort of
seems-
thing.
Yeah,
Where there's like seats in front of it.
Yep, yeah, it's kind of like a rundown pub.
Okay, so yeah, he goes and he takes a seat towards the end of the bar, kind of close to the wall, and he's kind of sitting there with his back to the wall, the bar on one side, and then kind of facing out, so he can kind of keep an eye on the room.
Mhm.
And as he's sitting there, he's kind of going and looking about. I'm assuming that all the people in the tavern appear to be like locals. I'd assume. Correct?
Yes.
As I'm looking around, are there any that appear to like Oh, actually, what time of day is it right now?
It's probably getting to be, well, let me think. You would have left the village for 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, maybe like 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Does that sound about right?
Okay.
I was figuring like 3.
Yeah, 3 o'clock.
All right. So looking about, he's gonna go and kind of keep an eye out, see if anybody is kind of sitting there nursing alcohol or nursing their food, not really moving about, like they're getting ready to go back to work or what have you. He's basically just going and trying to figure out who's been there for a while and who might be like getting ready to leave and go about their business, or where they're kind of standing in their general luncheon demeanor.
Sure. So you would see 2 human women are sitting at a table over by the corner, and one of them appears to be, crying a little bit, and the other one seems to be kind of comforting her. You would see a female halfling down the end of the bar with some parchment, taking some notes, and then you would see a male human sitting by himself at another table.
Okay. He's gonna kind of lean closer towards the male halfling and go and say, what's going on at the weeping table, shall we say?"
I don't know if I misspoke. It's a human male. So there's a female halfling at the bar.
Oh, okay.
And then there's a male human at a table nearby, and then there's a pair of human women in the corner.
So yeah, he's leaning over towards the halfling.
Okay.
Whom is wait, wasn't he being served by a male halfling?
Yes.
He's not behind the bar currently?
So the male halfling is behind the bar serving you, and then there's a female halfling patron sitting at the end writing something.
So yeah, he's leaning towards the male halfling and going and saying, "What's going on over at the weeping table?"
So you're asking the bartender.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. I was having trouble. He would kind of lean in and he'd say, "Well met, master. It's Bevek Swiftwhistle's the name. Looks like you're in the market for more than the tea. You're looking for some gossip as well."
Oh, I wouldn't say that. But yes.
He'd say, "That's." He kind of looks and he kind of takes the spectacles out of his pocket and puts them on. He's looking. He's like, "I can't quite make it out. Perhaps a little, a couple silver would improve my eyesight."
And he goes and slides the 3 silver back over. However, I am going to cast a mage hand and have it sit behind the bar. And yeah, so I'm sliding the 3 silver back over, but I am casting mage hand and have it sit kind of behind the bar.
Okay, so the mage hand is just gonna float behind the bar.
Just gonna float there.
Okay, 1 second. So there is a verbal and somatic component to that, right?
I think as an arcane trickster,
I don't.
When you do that, it
Arcane Trickster is really subtle.
Well,
Yeah.
it's invisible, but that doesn't negate the casting components.
Does it? Hang on. Where is it?
Mage hand is verbal somatic.
Yes, it is. All right. So yeah, so it's just invisible. Damn it.
I mean, you could try to, like, do like a deception or something, and you like cough and you say the word power
yeah.
as you move your hand or something.
Yeah, I'll go and do that.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. If it works for you.
Let's see. Sleight of hand?
Yeah, sleight of hand. Oh, yeah, that works.
All right.
Sure. I'm easy.
Is it? There we go. Finally rolled.
And can I get a deception?
Yes. Not as good, but
I'm gonna make
cross our fingers.
I'm gonna make you work for it. Okay, so he doesn't notice he doesn't notice the hand movement you make, but he hears you say this strange word of power and kind of looks at you and says, "What are you up to there?" As the mage hand does go off and is floating behind him.
So he goes and says, "Sorry, Tourette's." It happens. Unfortunately, my mother had a rather colorful past, and well, let's just go and say that I unfortunately bear the unfortunate repercussions of some of her past actions.
So it doesn't look like he's buying it. So he says, "Listen here, Elf. We don't want any trouble from you. See?"
He goes and holds up his hands and goes, "No issues here."
With that, he takes the 3 silver and he kind of leans in, and he says, "Oh, I can see now. Me glasses work." He says, "That's Lisa Dawson and Lyda Collins talking. Looks like, from what I could make out, Lisa's daughter, Leontine's, done made off with Hammett's son, Stiz. They've done run off together to the south."
Sounds like that could be a juicy story.
Oh yeah, it's a real romance, those two.
Do tell.
That's about all I know. You know how young ones can be, young love and all that.
Well, it's been a while, but yes, I do suppose I recall. Short tryst, I assume.
Don't know. They left a day or two ago, and no one's seen them since. We think that they made their way down to Sinos, maybe further south. The parents they didn't approve of the marriage, so they've done run off.
And taken to the roads with all these rapscallions running around in metal armor. I wish them luck then.
It was good timing too, because what I heard was that Cornelius Hammett was going to accuse Leontine of witchcraft. Said that the Dawson girl must have bewitched his son and made him run off.
Well, obviously.
I would half believe it, only because if you ever done met Leontine, not a looker, that one.
I'm so done with this Salem ass fucking place.
You ready to burn it to the ground like me?
Yeah, and here Octavian was trying to be a good boy.
Ellis,
Yes.
Are we going and taking our local lore into account here?
I will tell you, the inspiration is twofold. And it has nothing to do with the Salem witch trials.
Really? Okay, all right, I'm okay with that.
But I will tell you after the campaign. I'll tell you what it was based on.
All right. So he goes and he kind of goes and nods and goes and says, "So, rumor has it that you're booked up for the night, correct?"
He'd say, "Oh," and he kind of winks and says, "Yep, rooms are being refurbished."
Ah, right.
He'd say,
and
I could rent your room, and I'll just tell the Reeve that you're a friend of mine. It's fine.
I'll do you one better. What say I'm just here to go and keep watch on the tavern when everybody goes home for the night.
Oh, like security.
You know, help keep it exactly. Say we just go and say that. Yes.
The Reeve won't like that.
No.
No.
What's the story with this Reeve? I keep hearing his reference to him.
Well, he's
But
the law around here.
well, if he's the law, then what should he go and say about having extra security in a fine establishment like this?
He'd probably say it was a threat to his power. I forgot I had this kind of an accent a minute ago.
I say, threat to his power, huh?
Well, not to his power, but to his authority. You can't have private security running around.
I should say, private security, a threat to his authority. Is he one of those power hungry sorts? Is he?
I wouldn't say that. He just wants to try and keep the town safe and just make sure that we don't have any more trouble than we've already had.
Well, if he's going and trying to keep the town safe, what's he doing about the father there, who's threatening to accuse someone of witchcraft?
I don't have to tell you that if someone's accused of something like that, it's taken very seriously.
Of course, I can understand that. I mean, it is heathenism, but does he really stand to go and allow such accusations to fly willy-nilly?
Oh, I see what you're getting at. Maybe so you're saying that Cornelius used the threat, but maybe it'll backfire on him. I like that.
I'm wondering. I mean, I may be new here in town. I'm just sort of passing through, but well, I've been many places, and based on everything that I'm seeing here, I can't say that I feel safe. I don't know about you, but
I like how you're slowly picking up his accent too.
I noticed that.
That's the problem that I go and get when I'm on the fucking phone with people.
Yeah.
If I talk to them long enough, by the time the conversation's over with, I'm talking in their accent.
For this character, I had a note that he should sound a little bit like Pippin. The salted pork is particularly good.
Definitely. So yeah, he's basically he's trying to go and wheedle in and get a bit of an idea as to what kind of power that the sheriff is holding here in town. Like, is he really trying to go and protect the people, or is he just trying to protect his authority, or something along those lines?
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah. Do you want to roll insight on the barkeep, Swift Whistle?
Yeah.
Up
Let's do that.
Up to you.
Yeah, we'll roll an insight. What the hell?
Okay.
Damn.
Well, yeah. I mean, so you're getting the impression, based on your different interactions with him and other people, especially remember the harbor master as well, that he is just trying to protect the town from something. And the Swift Whistle would say to you, look, it's probably better we don't talk about it anymore, but look, just say your prayers to the bitch queen and just do yourself a favor, stay away from the Winters estate.
The Winters estate? What's their story?
There's been
I mean, if I'm to stay away, I should have some form of warning, shouldn't I?
Well, it's right next to the Abbey, and some folks have been saying, and he keeps his voice down. He says some people have seen that coming from their family crypt. That's where the dead have been walking around.
No, they're dead.
So glad I got that sword.
I was about to type out. Good thing Octavian bought that sword.
Aye.
I have a feeling I know where the weird shit's going down.
Dead, huh? That's a right foul. Right foul thing.
Aye, foul they are. I've not seen them myself, but you hear talk.
Tell me, has he acquired a posse to go and help confront this sort of occurrence?
It doesn't have the manpower.
No. You think he would?
Well, it just so happens that 4 plucky adventurers have wandered into town.
Shh, shh.
If you can...
So, is willing to shed a few coin to acquire a few helping hands, you think?
It might be. You'd have to convince him that it's in his best interest and that it's not. There's some that think that it's Umberlee's doing, and they'd best not be approached.
Well, at least he's going and hiring outsiders, not the locals here.
That's true.
No,
it's true.
Who's better to go and sacrifice than a pair, a couple pairs of some outside hands to, take care of the problem. If they die, then, well, no skin off his nose, is it?
Aye. It's worth a try.
Do me a favor. Go and gonna lead him into that. Let him know that there's you've seen a few new folk around town who may be worth the sacrifice.
I'll tell him, but you see this? And he's points to his neck.
He goes and regards the neck.
He says, "You see how me head's still attached to it? It's because I keep me nose out of other people's business most of the time."
I'm not asking you to go and get in anyone's business. I'm just saying, hey, it may not be beneficial or so to go and share some news that there's some possible people that maybe worth sacrificing to help protect the town.
He nods and says, anything's worth a try. What the Ree's been doing hasn't been working that well.
Maybe it's time for a new tactic now, ain't it?
Aye. And he turns and looks, and you see a young halfling run out with a plate, and he puts your casserole and potatoes down. And at this point, the kettle starts yelling, whistling, and he pours you a lovely pot of tea.
As he's going and pouring it, Agarwin goes and grins and gives him a nod of his head and kind of dips his hood or pulls the tip of his hood in salute and goes and says, "Mighty thanks. It's been a while since I've had a good pot." And he goes and kind of regards the rest of the room and goes and says, "Now, could be poor timing, but little light on the patrons here, isn't it?"
So, yeah, I'm expecting more folks to come in for supper.
Okay, well that's good. I like to see those that take care of me well taken care of.
Around this time, Agarwin might look up and see his traveling companions enter.
So he kind of goes and kicks his feet up onto the stool next to him, and kind of gives him a bit of a wink, and begins stuffing food in his mouth. I'm going to use a sleight of hand to move the mage hand, and I'm gonna go and kind of move it out of his way further down the to the other end of the bar.
Okay.
And have it basically just hovering out of sight behind the bar near the papers that the other halfling is kind of looking over.
Okay.
And he's going to go and just start eating his food.
Okay. You've probably been talking about a minute.
Okay.
I think Mage Hand lasts to an hour, I think?
1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute?
Is it a minute? Damn it. Alright, well, at that point, then I will let it disappear then.
Okay. There's a little... And you see the halfling at the end of the bar. She kind of looks up, looks around, doesn't see anything, and goes back to her work. So Octavian, Ren, and Deflator, I believe, would enter.
Yeah.
You would see Agarwen sitting at the bar with a pot of tea, enjoying a meal. And you would see the folks I described before.
Just look at Ren and just say, quick meal to clear your head a little bit, figure out what we're going to do next.
I'd rather stay in motion.
I suppose that's fair enough.
Would you say I'd rather stand in the ocean?
Stay in motion.
Oh. I thought you said I'd rather stand in the ocean. I'm like, go ahead.
That's what I heard too. I'm like, wait a minute.
There,
What?
buddy. Like,
Knock yourself out.
He's just trying to taunt the ghosts.
Yeah.
So yeah, Garwin's gonna go and keep eating at his food. Kind of going and chit chatting. You know, just kind of lighter subjects with a halfling.
Sure.
As he's going and eating, he's gonna go and kind of keep quiet in regards to the others. You know, just to kind of go and keep things light and try to build a decent, you know, relation with the halfling there.
Mm-hmm.
Considering he's gotten some somewhat useful information out of him.
Sure.
And so he was warned about the Winters estate. What was the other name that he was that was mentioned?
They mentioned that Lisa Dawson and Lyda Collins were the two women in the corner, and he explained to you that it was Lisa Dawson crying because her daughter has run away.
Okay.
Run away with Stiz Hammett.
Gotcha. And those two are the ones that are kind of going against each other here. So as they're going and talking, he's gonna go and kind of lead the conversation towards the Wellwinds establishment, and kind of go and just get kind of a rough idea how long they've been in business and stuff along those lines, saying that, you know, they've got great goods there. He's just wondering, you know, what kind of a reputation that they have. But he's gonna kind of go and lead it towards going and saying, and what's the building across the street from them? I thought I saw a sign or something like that out front, but it looks all boarded up. What's the story with that?
So Swift Whistle would explain that the Wellwinds have been in town 3 or 4 seasons. Generally well regarded, maybe a bit strange because they deal in, you know, elven artifacts and things. He imports a lot of things from Eastbridge. You know, fairly well-known shop after a few years, you know, as someone who can get their hands on sort of strange enchanted items. Things that some of the other people in town would be very suspicious of. You get the impression.
Okay. So yeah, well, after he's going and talking about that, he's gonna go and bring up the old meeting place, basically.
Yes.
And going just kind of wonder why it's all boarded up, and what the story of the place is.
Right. He would explain that it's the old meeting place. It used to be just simply where, other than the abbey, it was a place for folks to congregate, talk about the town and things like that, and hold votes and things. And there
It's
was
like the community center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a children's program where they would talk about STEM subjects, and he would explain that it's simply boarded up because it was damaged in a fire, and they're going to need to wait until the spring to rebuild it.
And it just so happens that they burned somebody at the stake right next to it.
That's kind of where I was going and leading.
But we know that.
So, oh yeah, that's true. All right, so there's shit. You got a good point there. He wasn't part of that conversation. He was gone. So he's basically gonna go and say, "Oh, fire! What happened there? Hopefully, it wasn't some ne'er-do-wells."
He gets a little stiff, and he says, just one of those freak accidents. Enjoy your meal if you don't mind. I have some work to do.
All right. Well, again, pleasure to go and speak with you. And by all means, amazing meal.
He'd say, thank you.
So as he's going about his business, Agarwin's gonna go and kind of finish the last couple of bites, but he's basically going and just hiding a face that he's making. The food, I'm gonna assume, probably wasn't as good as he's making it out to be. And he's gonna leave like half a pot of tea and get up and kind of wander over towards the others and go and say, "So, anyone heard anything about the Winters place?"
Well, there's a bit of a
Maybe
story
we should talk
there.
outside.
Might be a good idea.
Yeah.
It's on the list.
Oh, you have a list? Sorry. You have a list.
It seems to get longer and longer the more people we speak to.
I imagine we'll be outside by now, so just looking around, making sure nobody's around. Just say, I'm fairly convinced most people in this town are in on something. They're not telling us everything.
Yes. Well, so the whatever the fuck he calls himself, the high and mighty Reeve or what have he, he is trying to protect the town, but he ain't doing a very good job of it, from the sounds of it.
You don't say.
Well, yeah. However, I've let it be known that there's, well, some foreigners here in town that, well, it may not hurt to sacrifice, and he goes and gives the air quotes, towards, giving a little extra work, to liberate the town of evil. Speaking of that,
your idea of helping is to suggest they murder us.
well, what have you been doing?
Interrogate. Just kind of, we both look at each other, interrogating.
Getting information, not trying to get ourselves killed. I imagine that'll come soon enough on its own. It doesn't need any help.
I'm just looking to earn some money. But either way, apparently the Winters place, over here, rumor has it that the dead have been sighted at night. wandering around.
That's not surprising.
So, well, it may not hurt to check out. Given what I've heard you lot babbling about, there's quite a bit of shall I say, wandering around in this hole, I believe the humans call it. Usually undead, in my opinion, are considered evil. Seems
No,
like
I'm of the same mind.
seems like a good spot to start.
Wait, I just had a humongous brain blast.
You're welcome.
Stony Boney. The
What?
dead are wandering around by the Winters family crypt at night. Stony Boney comes over to their place at night every now and then.
Yeah.
And they say he comes from up north, I think.
Yeah, they knew he came over from Arnsport.
Holy shit. Maybe they're all nice like Stony Boney. That'd be great. Probably not, but I'm keeping that to myself though. Just like
Here to
you'll see
help.
there's this like look of like like Octavian's expression just kind of changes and his head tilts, and you can see he's like looking up, almost like he's thinking about something. And he's goes, huh. That's it.
So yeah, I've basically gone and suggested that if there's people worth sacrificing to the evil to go and get it sorted out, it'd probably be best that we do it.
Here's the thing: if we offer our services to the Reeve to clear out the undead, and if he hesitates, and if he's not keen on us doing that, and I look over to Ren, say, wouldn't that be quite damning as far as his position on things? If he's not willing to let us take care of the problem, he makes excuses, then clearly something's being hidden there.
Seems like an excellent reason to start relighting the torches, shouldn't it?
I mean, who's to say we need the Reeve's permission to do so? Why don't we just go?
I don't think we need any further evidence that the Reeve is hiding something.
Oh, absolutely.
Or to that point,
Whether he is an accomplice or just forcibly ignorant of the situation, either way, it's not good.
put it down that when I attempted to get a room out of the respite here, it was made known that there's no rooms available, and that as a friend to the halfling there, I might be able to get a room, but I suggested that he allow me to stay as security, and he informs me that our good Reeve here might go and look upon that as a threat to his authority. Now, I, for one, have a slight issue with authority figures, but let me burn his house first.
Let's not go that far.
Fine.
But
Second.
I think whatever evil is plaguing this place, both on the land and on sea, it all has to be coming from somewhere. I mean, I don't know much about Umberly and the gods, but
Haven't the faintest idea who they are.
something tells me that that what is going on here is not the work of a god. It is the work of somebody who wants people to think it is.
I don't know many gods that go and bring the dead back. They're usually
many
dead
nice
for a
ones.
reason.
Not many nice ones. Deflator can attest to this. She is somewhat of an expert on undead and destroying them.
I think it's perfectly believable that Umberly is using some instruments. I don't know what that or the servants of Umberly are.
Is Umberly a human god, or like what culture spawned her?
Yeah, she's part of the human pantheon.
Yeah,
She is? Okay.
bitch queen of the depths, super fucking evil.
So yeah, Agarwin's gonna go and say, kind of shrug and go and say, just be my heritage, but I know nothing about this Umberly. Given the name, I'm assuming that she's a bit of a problem.
The pirate, who do you think we worshipped?
Fair point.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what I'm thinking. Erinsport was not always like this. Something changed. And now people are being accused of witches. People are going missing. Undead are walking at night.
And there's the ghost ship.
And there's a ghost ship
haunting the harbor.
This is
Undead?
not. I do not think that this is all the work of Umberly. Some of it, maybe. But if things were fine before, if whatever offerings and protections were offered, nothing bad ever happened, what changed? Either. And I don't. Far be it from me to assume the machinations of a god, but if I were a god, why would I care about some bumfuck port town in the middle of nowhere, away from the larger throngs of civilization? What is so important about this place that I would see fit to bestow this kind of blight and unrest upon this place?
You don't know Umberly.
The only place that she's welcome.
Any slight to her, and you can't imagine what she'll destroy. The lives she'll take, the ship she'll wreck. It's what she does.
Clearly, whatever they're doing isn't working, so something is telling me that this is not the machinations of her.
It could be. I'm not saying she's directly involved, but who knows? Perhaps as a place of worship for Umberly, those that serve her deem this an acceptable place to hang out, which very well could have been my old captain. You remember what happened with the guard on the bridge. When he saw my tattoos, he knew who I was, he knew what I had done. No one knew what I had done on that ship, except the beast.
The one he killed.
The one I thought I killed. The one I might have killed and he might be back.
No, I mean the guard that he killed.
Yes.
Ah, okay. Again, that was a great kill.
No, wait, no. Oh, no. I wasn't talking
He's
about
thinking you're talking about the paladin.
Oh, I see. He's like, oh no. This was before that.
I don't know why we get into so many fights on bridges.
I know, right? They're choke points. So yeah.
Just so you know,
We're secretly trolls.
did you see that ping?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to let you know that's the same bridge.
Ah.
When we fought him, you saw what he turned into. You saw what was under the bridge. That's Umberly shit. That's things of the depths. So I don't know if she personally has it out for this town. I'm not going to speculate on that. But it wouldn't be surprising if, as our kind alchemist deflator serves the Raven Queen, perhaps there are here that serve Umberly, and they are doing as they see fit. I think we need a lot more information. And I'm not going to be picky how we get it this time.
Well, You're always giving me crap for getting involved in things and burning down houses, so don't expect a lot of sympathy from me.
I won't ask for it, because if the beast is involved, it doesn't fucking matter.
Then we find him and we kill him. Simple. He's clearly leading something around here, or is at least heavily involved in something. We can figure out where he is and what the hell is going on, then we can put a stop to it and get you your revenge properly.
People are looking for revenge. I'm just looking for an end.
Then we'll find it. One way or another, Ren. I'm tired of causing problems. I want to solve a few things.
Ren is actually gonna kind of like grab Octavian by the forearm and kind of pull him away from the other two.
Okay. We're gonna have a secret talk.
I seem to have a good head on your shoulders when you don't get too upset.
I'll take that as a compliment.
I kind of get like a wry smile.
It's like a slow nod, like I'll take that as a compliment.
Accomplissalt.
Yeah.
I might lose myself in this. You've seen me when it comes to the thought of the beast. I imagine you've seen the way I act. And it's a little different than I usually do.
Ren, as somebody who is very much molded by his past, who feels as if he cannot escape it.
Listen,
I know what you mean.
Listen. I might lose myself in this. And if I do, I need you to do something for me.
I am not killing you, Ren.
Not that.
Okay, good.
Ren is gonna pull out of his pocket. It's a small seafoam green pendant. That it gives off a little bit of a cold aura to it. And he's just gonna like hold it out to Octavian and then put it away. I don't know what this is. I've been too afraid to find out. It belonged to the beast. And it was on like a chain, like a gold chain.
Okay.
When he caught me that night and I slashed him with the claw, that got tangled around it. He's not just searching for me because I blew up the ship. He's searching for this. If something happens to me, you get this away from him. I don't know what it means, but he can't have it.
We have Deflator take a look at it. If it's magic, I'm sure she might be able to figure something out.
I don't know if I want to know.
Then I'll do it, and I'll keep it to myself, and I won't tell you unless I think you need to know. But if we know what that is, and I kind of point to where he put it, then that might give us a clue as to what's going on, or perhaps what the beast was involved in specifically. Any knowledge that we have is important. And if you're carrying something from our quarry, your quarry, we need to know what it is, especially given the things he's involved with.
I've been quarry for years. This is a burden that I carry because of my complacency and willful ignorance of the things that happened on that boat. I will consider it.
We've all done things we're not proud of, Ren. I wish I could take a lot of things back. Some more recent than others, but
I don't know what's gonna happen here. And if something happens to me, I needed someone to know.
If you're that concerned with it, why not just give it to me?
It's my burden, for as long as I can carry it.
We're in this together, Ren. We carry each other's burdens now. As I have said before, the phalanx is only as strong as its weakest shield.
I appreciate your help and your offer. I will think about it.
Well, we're keeping the others waiting. Let's get back to it.
We rejoin the group.
Yeah. I think now's probably a good place to stop.
Yeah.
All in all.
Yeah.
Great.
I'm also really hungry, and I got soup on the stove.
Ooh, what kind of soup?
Yeah, I mean, so Agarwin is actually, he stepped away when you guys did. He's taking a look and looking towards the winter estate.
And Deflator's just sitting there, like, leaning up against the back of the Devil's Dress, but just, like, patting on her thighs, just like, okay, I'm all alone now.
She's whistling like the good little bird that she is.
The Raven Queen has blessed you today, my friend.
Tweet.
Let's see, is that gonna work? No, that didn't work.
God, I would prefer like was here like when we left the Claridge house. He was like, "The Raven Queen blessed you with life today. Don't waste it."
Yeah. Oh boy.
Some
Place
great...
is weird. I don't like anything here. Oh. Oh, I have seen this.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that's some real dedication. Well, thanks, guys. I feel like we've done quite a good amount of table setting today. There was some great RP too. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it really frustrated us.
Can I tell you a secret, Mr. Wren?
Did you totally forget about that amulet?
No, I remember the amulet, but you remember how you said that like you guys didn't get to Aaronsport for a while, and maybe things would get worse.
Yeah,
They did.
If you had just crossed the bridge and come in, Becca might still be alive.
Cool.
that's not on me, man.
So-
Don't try and put that on me. That's on you.
So I'll let you sleep on that.
No. You decided that.
We
That
didn't know
had
what the
nothing
fuck
to
was
do
going
with
on. It's not our fault.
With my pass right through, you didn't mention anything about witches and religious ignorance. So that's not on me.
No.
That's on you.
No, I know. No, things. You called it that things might deteriorate the longer you took.
Hey, that's the living world, my dude.
Mm-hmm.
These chuckle foxes remembered that they had business in Aaronsport on the way outside of Arvis.
Wait, did they remember what?
That they had business in Aaronsport on
Oh.
the way outside of Arvis.
He said chuckle fox.
Yeah. It's a good word.
It's great.
Well, that was the thing when we were leaving Sinos. Like Ren Swooey said, "Look, because he wasn't there for that conversation. I have no business in Aaronsport. I'm not keen on going there because my former captain might be around there. Do you guys have anything at all? Any reason at all to go to Aaronsport?" And just no one responded. Just nothing.
I forgot. It seemed like something so minor, and at the time there was more important things to do. So
There sure were.
yeah. So
I mean,
oh, cool.
I can't say, but it's kind of fun to like even just like theory craft myself. Like if you had gone around the other way and never went back to check in on the hold, like Ren would never have gotten that stone,
Mm-hmm.
and
Wouldn't know half the shit we do.
yeah, and like if you never went to Provost, maybe Gerard
Yeah,
dies.
maybe I
I
would-
mean, who knows? I have no idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Well.
It's fun to think about.
We said, "Oh, well, we didn't meet up with the alchemist shop and met the daughters, and we went right to the Captain of the Thok. We're like, oh shit, there's like a war coming. We gotta just
Yeah.
book it. Fuck this tower. Fuck this alchemist dude. Whatever."
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then The other one is that, and this isn't like canon. It's just I'm just thinking about like if you never went to Arvis, like if you know what I mean, then probably they would have tried to kill Barney's dragon. He probably would have made a stand, and some people would have died. Like I don't know who, but it wouldn't have been pretty.
Oh yeah, did we ever tell Alis about the dragon that was hanging out in the cart?
I imagine they'll either have found out or Varn's gonna take it with him when he gets back.
No, I mean we just left it there in the cart this time when we went to the Halcyon.
Yeah, well, It seems pretty nice. Alis is a nice person. Maybe she made friends with it. It's a pseudo dragon. What's Gerard could use a familiar. I don't know.
Yeah, she's the nicest person in the game.
Yeah.
Does anybody watch Downton Abbey or just me?
No, I don't.
No.
Okay, I was gonna give you a parallel, but.
Oh boy.
This
place is very bad vibes.
Ren's gonna go to a dark place.
Funny because Octavian was almost going down that path too. So.
I mean, he's usually Ren's usually really good at tries to be decent, but if it has to do with the Sunder,
don't worry.
His tunnel vision.
Don't worry, Agarwin will start singing when he's going and killing people. That's all right.
Oh boy.
No worries.
So you said you're multi-class. What's your other class?
So it's actually Arcane Fighter or Arcane Marksman and Arcane Trickster.
That's an interesting combo. What does Arcane Fighter do?
It's an Arcane Arcane Archer. So he's got magical firing or magical arrows that he fire. Basically.
Xanathars.
Yup.
It's too long.